All right. Today is Saturday, February 21st, right? 21st, 2026. And today, I'm gonna play video game. I play video game? Singular or plural? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Also, I'm playing well, the thing is, I'm sick of trying to find music, on YouTube. Well, I mean, ironically, even though I'm sick of finding music on YouTube, I found this music on YouTube. Specifically, where is it? Minimize that. The audio library. It turns out, YouTube does have copyright-free music you can use on their website. I don't know if everybody has access to this. I think so. I'm not sure, but I was trying to find different solutions for just playing music on stream without getting a copyright on the VOD. And I remembered YouTube does have a solution for that, sort of. I wonder if it gets copyrighted on Twitch, though. I wonder how it works, because this is not copyrighted on YouTube, but does it get copyrighted on other platforms? I don't know. Oh well. There's also sound effects, that people use on their YouTube channel. I imagine it's more useful if you have much more highly edited content, more focused on specific, I don't know, you place funny sound effects, in some kind of funny vlog or something. Also, it's kind of loud on my end. I should lower it a bit. Anyway. But the reason, by the way, that I have it on here, through the VLC player, I guess, which, by the way, is goated, I guess. What's goated mean? It means greatest of all time, right? Something like that. I just think of the real goat, the ones that climb mountains. Those bad. What was I trying to say? I got distracted by VLC player and how it's a really good open source. I think it's open source, or it's free anyway, and it's not corrupted by capitalism. And doesn't get initiatified, I guess, where everything gets monetized and it gets worse and worse because it gets a monopoly on that particular niche part of everyday modern usage on a computer, to the point where it just sucks, they just create this monopoly, and then they don't have to improve anymore, or sometimes they don't have to improve in the sense of adding features, but then because when profit becomes the motive, they have to do something, and they always just end up just making it worse. I don't know. Anyway, what was I trying to say? Oh yeah. YouTube audio library. The reason why I had to download all of them because you can play them here, but the thing is you can't shuffle them. I want to shuffle. I don't want to play the same music every time, or I have to click and I have to manually choose a song, and then it goes down the list like that. I don't know. I much prefer to just have a playlist, and then it shuffles automatically, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to think about it. And seemingly the only way to do that is just to download everything. And that's what I did. So I only downloaded general stuff, I don't know. For example, you can search by genre and mood or whatever. I think I initially just searched for bossa nova or whatever, which does come with results, because it doesn't really, it's funny, there's a hidden tag system, I swear. It doesn't show genre, it's not part of the genre. There's no bossa nova genre technically, or any other category that would fit, but these results show up anyway. So initially I just got these ones. Then I searched other things, I don't know, random things anime or something. I don't know, is there anime songs? Sort of, not really, but I don't know. And I just kind of listened through briefly and just picked whatever seemed good. I mean, it's okay for copyright-free music. What I really want is Vocaloid. That doesn't exist, fortunately. Where's the Miku Hatsune copyright-free audio library? There's one song, well, there's two songs I actually did like though. I actually started them. Initially, I wanted to like start all of them, but like again, there wasn't a way to like shuffle or like, you know, put in like a playlist, at least not easily, so I just downloaded everything. These two songs I really like though. Which one? Well, oh, this one. Like this one. This one's kind of a banger, at least from what I've listened of it. And I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna get the general idea. I don't know. It's a chip tune. It reminds me of Amanamaguchi. How you say their name? Numi. I don't know how to spell it. I'm just gonna guess. Gucci? Amanamaguchi? No. Anamanaguchi. They're also known for, I mean, I knew them before this, but they also, yeah, they made the Miku song. It goes, Miku, Miku, Iui, or something. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, Iu. How's it go? I forgot the lyrics. How's it go? Like, ooh, ooh, anyway. But I knew them before that. In fact, I remember actually, there was a time, one of the only times I would go to a concert, of course, would be like a Vocaloid concert. And they actually played the opening act for it, I think. Something like that. Yeah, it reminds me of that band, so that's why I like this song. I mean, just in general, their band is like kind of focused on chiptune, I think. I don't know, it's always chiptune, but like the songs I remember from them is chiptune, which of course reminds me of video games. So, like, you know, really I just want video game music. Video game music and anime music. Of course, this is like literally kawaii, you know? It sounds like anime music, I don't know. Anime video games, that's it. I don't know how to describe that genre, but I guess just pop, but like electronic and pop. But that's so broad though. If you search like a random pop song, that doesn't guarantee I would like it, you know? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna continue playing here. And of course, like elevator music, you know, which is basically bossa nova. Anyway, but that's oh, Google Translate. Well, I want to explain this later, but well, what I want to get to is the game itself. So I found this randomly, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. There's a demo, of course. Like it's not come out yet, but there's a demo. So I wanted to play it and try it out. And you know, it's kind of hard to find actually. I don't know. When I look through the Steam store results for games to play, I kind of overlooked it because it had kind of like a boring name. To be honest, Annihilated. Okay, what does that even mean? You know, it's such a one word. Doesn't really describe the game. But then when I looked up the actual like full name, it's almost like a isekai title sort of. It means like, you know, the hero's party was defeated or something. You know, Yush Chapati wa zenmetsu shimashita. This is a more interesting title, I feel like. I don't know, I feel like they could have translated that. They could have put like the hero's party was annihilated, you know? Or they even do like the isekai thing, you know, and like isekai light novel titles where the titles are incredibly long or something. The hero's party was annihilated and now I have to do things in the dungeon and then I have to, like, I don't know, find the souls of the dead and eat them. I don't know. I'm just making that part up, but yeah, I feel like they could have had a longer title at least, because it's kind of hard to search for. Again, SEO, which I guess is nowadays has been like destroyed by AI. You know, like search engine optimization, like picking the right words and titles and tags for your online content, so that it shows up on the Google search results. Kind of at this point it has been like ruined, you know, by AI. But even before that, people like spam tags, you know. Sometimes you see on Twitter or whatever, or any kind of social media where someone just spams like 5 million hashtags on their posts and it just looks kind of ugly. I don't know. At that point, you know, it doesn't really work anymore, right? Because now it's like oversaturated. But anyway, but either way, I feel like Still kind of hard to search for though. If you just search Annihilated, it's not really good, not very unique, you know? It's not unique enough for it to show up in the search results, I feel like. Moving wrong, let me see. Also, like, search results are also personalized usually, unless you disable that option, I guess. Yeah, just when I search Annihilated, I just get the definition of Annihilated, you know? Like, it's hard to search for, you know? I feel like I have more unique names so that people can find it. But I guess depends if your game's like so good, I guess. That doesn't matter. I mean, definitely there are some games that in hindsight have pretty generic names, but then end up being iconic franchises. And I'm just thinking about Dark Souls. You know, when you think about it, Dark Souls, not that unique, you know? Like, it's Dark Souls? The souls are dark? You know, but as it turns out, it became a whole franchise. It's, that many people try to copy. Anyway, what was I trying to say? Anything else I wanted to mention? I mean, again, just trying to avoid copyrights, but also have, like, music. I don't know, I'll have, like, music, background music, you know? Makes sense to me. So now, I think I got a good solution. Assuming somehow I don't get copyrighted, despite using specifically YouTube's copyright-free audio library. I mean, it could happen. Again, that's the weird thing about the copyright system, is that people can just abuse it. And just, like, use the song that's, like, for example, playing right now, and then make their own remix version, but, like, it's a lazy remix. So they just kind of rap over it, you know, as I mentioned last time. And then, like, put that in the system as if it's their own song, and then copyright people who would, like, match that, you know, that audio somehow. I don't know. Well, which reminds me, actually, it's too late, I already closed it, but, like, you know, there's also an option to choose between attribution required or not required. I'm sure most people just don't give a damn about whether that matters, but I kind of do. So I specifically chose songs that don't require attribution, because I don't have to, like, because every time I play the song, you know, especially in, like, a live stream context, I don't have to, like, attribute it every single time. Though it would be cool to have some kind of, like, thing, you know, like a radio thing, or, like, not radio, what do you call it? I'm not sure what you call it. Like, a thing that, like, shows you what song I'm playing, you know, in the, like, a bottom corner or something. I see that sometimes in some people's streams. I mean, it would be cool, you know, it would just, like, be at the bottom, be like, hey, this is the song by whatever, you know. I don't know how I set that up, though. It was complicated. Anyway, this party was defeated. Yeah, I feel like it's a better title. The Japanese side was a better title. Also makes me wonder if the English translation's okay. I actually did open the game up for, like, you know, a minute or two, and it seems okay. Well, I will have to see. Of course, you know, I mean, part of the reason why I wanted to play this is, of course, the art looks good in anime, but also it's tagged as psychological horror and dark fantasy, so that sounds interesting. I'm not sure what kind of game it is, though. It seems to be like a deck builder type game, you know, I don't know. I guess we'll see. So yeah, roguelite, something like that. Yeah, I think initially I was searching for roguelike. Right, because initially it was there was another game that I never got to try out. It was it Seal Chain or something? Yeah, this one. It was this game, right? I think it's because I was looking at this game, and then I was like, oh, roguelike game. Huh? Maybe there's another anime roguelike game I could try out. Because initially you know, there was like a demo you could try out. I think it was from the Steam Next Fest. Last time that was available. And I wanted to try it out eventually, but it turns out the play testing demo thing expired because the Steam Next Fest also was, you know, finished or whatever. So I opened the game up thinking that I could play it, but then I couldn't. And then I got a notification, actually, like, I think a day before the game was supposed to come out, by the way, the game has come out, by the way, that said, oh, the playtest is open. And I was like, oh, okay, oh, can I try the game up, you know, You know, even if the game's already out and everything, and I open it up, there was an option to install it, and I looked up on the Steam client, and as it turns out, no, you can't. There's no option. So they just clickbaited me. And like, I thought I could like at least play the demo, see like what it's like. But I don't want to buy it necessarily because I'm not sure if I would like it in the first place. Also, the reviews are mixed. Wonder why. Well, usually it's either because, you know, some people like it, some people don't, or review bombing. You know, for some reason. Some games get review bombed for some reason. I don't know. Some people like it, some people don't. Localization issues. I don't know. That is something that I do notice with anime games. The translation, not that great because it's not translated properly. Unfortunately. I like the aesthetic. I always like the anime aesthetic though, so I always gotta look up those games. You know, I always look for games that are basically just Japanese, but like, but I can't enjoy them as much because they're not translated correctly. How sad. Anyway, I don't know. Well, what else was I gonna mention? I mean, there's a few things I want to mention. Did I mention this already? I don't know. I think I might have. I'm gonna mention it again. AI limit. Apparently, there's a DLC coming out. People were when I was playing the game. People did mention like there's gonna be DLC, and I was like, oh, there's gonna be DLC. And it turns out there's gonna be DLC. I also heard. Well, I can't confirm this or not, but I also read somewhere. I think that was gonna be free. Because I was thinking, like, if it's gonna be DLC and I have to pay for it, you know, I'm less likely, you know, to, like, play it again. But if it's gonna be free, you know, I don't know, though. I don't know if I'm just making that up or not, but I swear I remember somewhere saying that. I think it's probably on Twitter or something. You know, the source is, like, some random guy, so, like, I don't know if it's true or not. Apparently, there's gonna be a DLC. That sounds pretty cool. Wonder how much content there is in the first place. That's the only thing of DLCs. Like, the only DLCs I ever really bothered to pay for, you know, is like Dark Souls, to be honest. I feel like it's a very common thing. I mean, especially nowadays, you know, ever since the freaking Oblivion horse armor, was it? Was it Oblivion or Skyrim? I think it was Oblivion. And ever since Oblivion did that, and every game developer is kind of like, here's a DLC, you know, you can pay to put more stuff in your game. It's like, I never really wanted to do that, because often DLC is just extra side content, you know? It's like the filler episodes of an anime, you know? It's like, it's never that important. It's just like those, either side quests or like some extra cosmetics. And like, well, okay. I don't know, it doesn't really add anything to the main plot, usually. Again, the only exception is the Dark Souls games, because they actually do add substantial content to the game. It's not just like, oh, here's like a little side thing you can do, and then you do it, and then, oh, it's like the beach episode, and then you come back to the main plot, you're done, you know? It's randomly in the middle. Like, again, for Dark Souls, usually it's kind of like, if anything, it's more like post-content. You know, it's actually meant to be like post-content, especially Elden Ring, I think. Elden Ring, what's it called? Erdtree, whatever it was called. The one of Mikola. That one definitely, I feel like, was meant to be like post-game content, actually. So it does add significantly, like, more content in the sense, like, not just like what's the word? Not like levels, you know, like a very traditional sense. Like, it adds, like, imagine like Super Mario Brothers adds extra levels, you know. It's not just levels, it's more so expanding the world, you know. It's not just more gameplay, it's more like game, you know, in general. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Otherwise, DLC, I'm not really into DLC though, because it's often feels extra, you know, just added on, taped on, you know, rather than like actually being supposed to be part of the world. Apparently this one, Friends of War, continues the story of AI Limit following the ending of the main game. marks a new chapter, venturing the Temple of War to fight the Warfare Bishop. Now, new weapons? What I want is a fist weapon. I mean, technically there's fist weapons in AI limits, but they're more like claw weapons. You know, it's like a weird drill hand one, and then the other one was like a claw thing where you slash people. Again, ironically, even though I like fist weapons, I don't like claw weapons because claw weapons just make me think of Wolverine. I don't want to be Wolverine. I don't want to be Wolverine or like Vega, you know, slash Balrog in Street Fighter. You know, the one with the mask. It goes, you know, they fly around. No, I don't want to be the claw guy. I want to be the punching guy. I want to punch people in the face. That's better. I don't know. Even though it's like technically less efficient, I would imagine. I guess it would be less effective though, because I don't know. Because you probably just break your hand. But like, you know, anime logic, where your hand's just made out of like diamonds. Just punch people. It's fine. That's cool. I mean, keep an eye on that, I guess. Buy AI Limit Special Promotion. I already have the game. And I did all the content, too. I remember, well, it was like random, but like, there was another streamer I watch, Cherno TV. I'm a long-time viewer. And he also played AI Limit. But, well, I don't know if it went back to it, but like what annoyed me actually is that he didn't do all the content. You know, he didn't fight the secret boss as far as I remember. Maybe he did, I'm not sure, but as far as I remember, he didn't fight the actual secret boss. You know? That was supposed to be the thing that everybody like was like, oh, this is a super hard boss, you know, whatever. Ironically, when I did it, it wasn't too bad. I found like the final boss to be harder than the secret boss, personally, but anyway. And you know, you could also get like the special ending, or not special ending, what do you call it? Like, you know, there's like a true ending, I guess you can get in this game, where you fight like an extra final boss. But you know, the final boss was meant, it felt more like a spectacle than it was like an actual challenge, you know? Like in some ways it was hard, but like it was more annoying than it is like an actual like, you know, fun fight, I guess. It was just more like, if I remember correctly, you know, it looked kind of cool, I guess, but like it was just kind of like extra, you know. I didn't feel like too much of like extra, you know. I didn't feel like too much of a how you say, like enjoyable fight, really. Kind of like the, you know, kind of like the final boss of like Elden Ring, actually. Elden Beast. Spoilers, but like basically the same thing. Where like it's not particularly like difficult in the same sense, you know. It's like, it's still hard, you can still die and everything, but like, I don't know, it didn't feel like a Souls boss, you know, where like, you have to like memorize patterns, you know, and you have to like, oh, you know, it's like there's a high risk, high reward kind of thing, you need to dodge all the attacks, you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, AI a little bit. Another game with an unfortunate name, by the way. It's pretty popular though, I feel like, actually. Like it, the original page here, 3,000 positive reviews. I mean, not bad. I think it's not too obscure. I think it's actually pretty well known, at least if you like Souls-like games anyway. Like another game that was like often compared because they kind of came out at the same time, which I never played. Apparently, it's like this one. I think it's more expensive. This one, right? 8,000. Okay, it does have more reviews though. I guess more people know about this one. Man, it published by Nexon though. Nexon. They published the English version of Maple Story, you know. But they kind of suck. You know, as a publisher anyway. Because they're like how you say, their payment models, you know, are very predatory. Or not predatory, but like a very typical like corporate business model where they just want to squeeze as much money out of you. Anyway. I wonder if there's a way to go compare downloads, you know, or like sales. I know there's a way to do that. Is there a way to do that? Like Steam, sales, comparison. Horse Fest. No, that's not what I want. Steam charts? I guess so. There's Steam charts. That's like, that usually is like how much people are playing in a particular day, though. I really like it. I mean, these are the official Steam charts. So hold on. Steam charts website, yeah. Because I remember, I looked at, I remember this website only because the thing is, like, when I try to look for like multiplayer games to play, this is more useful for like if you play multiplayer games. For single player games, I feel like it's not as useful because, like, you know, it's a typical thing where like after a while people stop playing it. It doesn't really matter. It's more so how to pay attention to if people are playing like a particular like obscure multiplayer game that no one's ever touched in a while. You just to check, like, is anyone actually playing the game? Okay, I'm gonna search for it. The first Berserker. Maybe spell Kazanma or something. The first Berserker. It just says peak. It doesn't say like all. It's like all. Well, its peak is like 14,000, and this one's like 24,000. Okay, Kazan's more popular. Okay, never mind. I thought it was like comparable. I remember when they both came out actually around the same time. I felt like this one was AI Limit was actually competing, you know, or like at least tied. But I guess not. It's not as popular, which is I find sad, you know, or more like, you know, more unfortunate anyway. Because this one, I saw gameplay of this one. I like it. It's more like God of War. I guess if you like God of War, you know, the modern God of War, I guess you would like it, but I don't know. It's more like a hack and slash. And again, it has that like Diablo mechanic where like a bunch of like items drop and you get level 1 gauntlet. And then you find another monster and it drops a level 2 like plate armor, and then you drop it, and then you find another one, level 2 longsword, you know, plus 2% to like eating sandwiches. You know, it's always just random stats that don't really matter. It's more trash equipment. I don't like that. I don't like that gameplay. Same as Neo, I guess. Like it's compared to Neo. I think Neo, was it 3? Was it came out recently? I think. So did it come out already? I think it came out already, right? Or was it Neo 3 or Neo 4? I can't remember. Is it Neo 4? Is it 4? Is it the 4th one? I don't know. I don't remember the. I don't pay attention. No, I think this one. Yeah, this one was the one that came out recently this month. Again, I don't love. This is just me complaining, but I don't like the Neo games, even though they're like Souls-likes. I don't like the whole like enemies drop random equipment, and it's like, you know, the stats are what defines the gameplay more so than the actual like just being good at the game. You know, I don't know. Like it's more hack and slash. It's more like an action game. It's more actiony than it is like Souls. And in my head, Souls, the original OG Dark Souls, was an action game, but like it was less focused on the actual like, you know, play-by-play, I guess, like the actual button mashing. It's more so you have to be strategic in your actual like combat. If that makes sense. Like it's much slower, but because it's slower, each action is more heavier, I guess, or like more important compared to like games where you just mash buttons, you know, dodge, dodge, you know. It's like, okay, I don't know, that's just like PS2 era like hack and slash button mashers, and I don't know, I'm kind of bored of those. It might as well just play Dynasty Warriors or something, you know, like those kind of games in my head anyway. I mean, honest, just like Kingdom Hearts. You know, Kingdom Hearts is actually, I don't know, some of my favorite games. It's one of my more nostalgic games anyway. But Kingdom Hearts is also similar, but you just kind of mash buttons. Not that hard. And sometimes it can be hard. And of course there's like secret bosses or like hard bosses or challenging stuff, but like, I don't know. Not the same. It's still just button mashing a lot. The DPS race, you know? I don't know. I don't like that gameplay, I guess. I don't like it when you just button mash a whole bunch. Anyway, I feel like I'm yapping for way too long. Whoops. I'm too immersed in the yapping. I think it's because of the YouTube copyright-free music. It's so nice to have it in the background, not worry about being copyrighted. Hopefully. But I want to play this game, and we'll see how long it is. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess we'll see, because it's just a demo. And it says here, stream policy. We fully encourage streaming and content creation. Wow, good. Okay, play through the layer. Prologue for 4 distinct character routes. Yeah, there's multiple characters apparently. So all these, like, I don't know. I assume they were just waifus, I guess. It's like almost like a dating sim. You need to pick one of the waifus. Then you go through the game with them, I guess. I'm assuming. 4 different routes, multiple endings. I mean, we'll try it out. Let's look at something. Something stuck in my mouth. What's this song? I like this one. Again, it's like a video game song. Any song that sounds like a video game, or sounds like it comes from a video game, is what I like. It sounds like it's sort of like a Sega or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's that particular instrument. I don't know what you call it. It goes like bang, twang, twang. It's like straight out of like Sonic, Wang, I don't know. I don't describe that sound. Anything electronic, electronic, but like with particular types of instruments. Always reminds me of like video games. It's in the wrong language. Where is it? Ego, how am I developers? How am I supposed to pick my language if my language doesn't show up? It's literally English but in Japanese. How am I supposed to know that? Anyway, English. Good thing I know Japanese. Well, not really, but sort of. Let me do. Let's see. That's full screen window. Ultra graphics. Wow. Ultra graphics for like a 2D game. I don't imagine is too resource intensive. Lorem ipsum. I think it's supposed to like preview the message speed, but like it's not really working. It turns out. I don't know how that. This one. Like, is it supposed to like the words are supposed to appear one by one. Like letters. It's not doing that. So what's the point? Maximum. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do that. The default is supposed to, like, I imagine already balance everything correctly, so maybe I shouldn't touch that yet. Usually I want music like down and next up. Anyway. Excuse. What am I doing? I don't know. What am I doing in my life? What I want to do is add a little timestamp, actually. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Oh yeah, I forgot to make the stream public. Well, good thing I didn't start yet. That's fine. I keep forgetting to do that, by the way. How embarrassing. At least it wasn't the whole stream, because that's happened before, actually. Good thing I was just yapping the whole time, so it doesn't matter. You can still find it in the VOD, but what? 36. Oops, I keep pressing the wrong thing. 3630. Annihilated demo. Alright. I think I'm ready to begin. I mean, technically, for Twitch anyway, I was gonna say on Twitch, because I multi-stream. On Twitch, it doesn't matter. There's no, like, private or public on Twitch. So, That's always available. It's just on YouTube, you know, you gotta make sure you put it public instead of private. Otherwise you don't see it. Alright. Should I do a tutorial? I think I read the tutorial, like, well, very briefly. I didn't read everything, though. Okay, whatever. Let's do the tutorial. Welcome to the beginner's tutorial. Yeah, well, okay. It's just reading, yeah. So there's a party wet mechanic. Character's HP drops to 0 due to enemy attacks or event damage. Considered game over. Even though the party members still have HP, a wipe will be triggered. Conversely, if all allies' HP drops to 0, player still has HP, is not wiped out. Items are reset. Levels are kept. And you go back to the beginning. Where's the settings again? I do want the text to go faster, though. Go faster. Attack hit rules. Unless they, I don't know if they teach you this later. I don't know. But I feel like it's a good idea to do the tutorial first. To attack, pick an item card from the bottom of the screen. Okay. Cards. Wreck? Is that the correct word? Again, I always wonder about translations. The games are like originally Japanese. Soldier sword. Drick. What's drick? What's that? That's not an English word. There's iron sword though. Also, there's like a little thing there. I don't know. Kind of like action command. Is that what you want to call it? When the cursor is over the current progress bar, click to launch an attack. Wow, amazing. Victory. Battle is over. Okay, so that's how you do that. I mean, it's pretty simple, but I don't know. I want to make sure that there's no kind of complicated mechanic that you miss out on, you know? You play the entire game and it turns out there's a jump button or something. I mean, not in this game, but like just in general. Like I swear, like sometimes I watch streamers and then like they do a tutorial and there's like a certain mechanic they're supposed to be using the entire game, but they don't because you just forget about it. Or they don't do like sometimes they don't do the tutorial and then you know. And then they blame the game for not telling them when you just didn't pay attention in the first place. Let's see. Combat's turn-based. Items are out. They break. Okay, it's like Fire Emblem. That's the first thing I think of anyway. But usually it's not usually a problem, right? I remember, I don't know, people complain about it in Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and everything. But usually, I mean, objectively speaking, games that have some kind of like durability mechanic, often you get weapons enough that, you know, you never really run out, I guess. First I have to reduce the enemy's pose to 0. Break gauge. It has to be a weapon with which breaking when you snatch, or a weapon marked as capable of seizing a weapon, one of the two. Huh. Wait, what? I don't understand what that means exactly. Okay, so this one, so when it breaks, it has an effect that does something. When the break gauge hits 0, the enemy becomes vulnerable. A yellow marker appears on the progress bar. Strike that marker to seize their weapon. When used on normal enemies, weapon seizure also triggers a critical strike. And that is based on max HP. Almost defeated. And then you get a club. I'm not entirely sure what that means still. It's funny, I'm getting XP from... Oh, no. I was thinking like I was still getting XP from the tutorial. When enemy's a boss, the freaking fish thing, like arms and legs, weapon seizure test will not crit. So wait, no, I think it's this one. When in backline, cannot be used. When count fewer than 2 plus dex. This is complicated. If you just give me the number, is usable. And this weapon can seize an enemy's item. Here lies the line of faith. You gotta get that, so you get the actual item. You gotta hit it at the... You gotta get it perfect, basically. When weapon seizure is used on a boss, the target enters chance state, becomes unable to act, and takes double damage. Tuna Warrior. And now I use the Great Sword. Bam. Interesting. Interesting. I swear the... Well, what was I say? The Drek whatever card. I think it's just mistranslated. It's supposed to be like weapon seizure or steal or something like that, I guess. Not Drik. Driku Nani. D-R-E-A-K Nani. Nani desu. Distributed damage. In battle, you fight a two-person formation, one character in front line, one in the back line. Owie. Enemies generally target the front row first. They take damage or lose HP. Ow. Ow. And about to fall, you can swap. Swap formation. By switching roles, you keep the protagonist from being knocked out. Turn on runs from front to back, so swapping roles changes to X first. Okay. There's also another thing I was going to mention. I totally forgot what I was going to say. I don't know. Whatever. On entering the dungeon, this map will appear. Okay, so pick a door. You know, pick 1 out of 3. Classic. For some reason, that's always the thing in roguelike games for whatever reason. It's always like, pick 1 out of 3. If there's no lines, you can move to any adjacent tile. Okay. Great. That's just moving. About curses. You may notice that icon. It represents curses. A consumable resource. So it's a good thing? Normally curses is a bad thing. They mainly attain when items break during use. Goblin appears. If a weapon is about to break, consider using it. Depends on item's usage count and upgrade level. They convert half of the value into curses. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, regarding, you know, durability and all that, Fire Emblem again was one of the, at least the first games I played that had that kind of thing, you know, where like weapons had a limited amount of usages. Again, not usually a problem, especially in games where you can just repair the durability. But I remember in Dark Souls 2, the PC version, the original Dark Souls 2 version, not the Scholar of the First Sin version, by the way, the original Dark Souls 2 PC version of the game had a bug where if you're playing at 60 frames per second, which at the time was just normal, you play 60 frames, your weapon will like lose durability twice as fast because the frames will, like, if you hit like a rock or something, you swing at a rock, like the frames will like double, you know, in terms of like hitting the rock. And then your weapon would just break super easily. I remember that game. Like, it was really like annoying actually because of that. So that's one of, I feel like one of the only games where, yeah, that durability sucked because of a bug. You know. Anyway, during exploration, turn failed checks into successes. Reroll the content required items, upgrades, and Pyro convert to items for the next attempt. Reroll. So, pick a card. Pick a card. Any card. Oh, reroll at the bottom here, right? And then item upgrades. Pyro convert into items for the next attempt. You are dead. What the heck? I died? Really? Okay, so you use the currency to like keep an item. You level up. All right, I guess that's it for the tutorial. Pretty simple, I feel like. A lot of like mechanics, but like, you know, if you ever played like any kind of like RPG, you know, I feel like it's pretty simple. Especially roguelike, I guess. But yeah. Let's begin an actual game. How about that? How's this work? I don't know. Well, again, I did play like a few minutes already. I didn't actually get into any gameplay. I just saw the very beginning, like prologue. I think it's just you pick a character, you know, like you pick this one or that one. Basically. None of it matters. It literally is just, are you a boy or are you a girl? I guess. I want to pick the girl though, because I don't know, it depends. Usually, I don't like to self-insert though. I usually like to just pick a character I just want to play as, and usually it's just a female protagonist. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Everywhere I look is absolute hell. Also, oh yeah, by the way, everything's pink blood. Freaking Danganronpa blood for some reason. Oh, I'll try and click on it. Nothing but hell. Hunks of flesh for my allies. Allies are... oh, weird, but hunks of flesh from my allies are splattered everywhere. I feel like throwing up, but there's nothing left to throw up. I'm all empty. And yet even now, these eyes, these ears strain desperately for a path to survival. They remain alert to ensure I don't miss the slightest change, the faintest presence. That's how I spot it. A physical manifestation of slaughter, surging towards me. I dodge. I dodge roll. And this is when Professor Oak says, "Are you a boy or are you a girl?" Probably, well, here's the rule. You know, here's the rule, I feel like, going forward. Because I do have, like, an OC character, you know, technically. So if there's ever, like, a character creator in the game, maybe I'll just use my OC, you know, which is basically just anime representation of, like, me, you know? If I truly have to self-insert. But usually I don't like to self-insert, so... And in this game, you don't really get to pick your appearance, really. You just pick if you have long hair or short hair, you know, basically. And I think she wears a skirt or something. I think I saw in the Steam preview. Let's pick her, I guess. I'm assuming, yeah, I think if you pick this picture, it's confusing because there's a bunch of blood. But I think if you pick this picture, you play as her. I guess. Again, it doesn't really matter. It's this weird thing. It's like a weird in-between. It's like kind of like a self-insert, but not really, you know? I remember it was, I think, again, Fire Emblem, actually. Another mechanic, I think, that it reminds me of, because I think Fire Emblem, technically 7, that was the first Fire Emblem, in English anyway, you do technically play as a tactician character, right? That's like this like off-screen character that like doesn't really sort of participate in the plot, you know? You don't really see them on screen, it's just you. You're the one controlling the characters, so they refer to you sometimes. It's kind of weird, actually. Like, sometimes the main character, like, goes to the side and it's like, hey, you know, what's up, you? You did a good job out there, you know, and yada yada yada. And then they go back and it's the main plot, you know? So it's weird how, like, you just kind of hovering over everybody. Like, you're sort of part of the main story, but not really. You know, and later on, I think, in the other Fire Emblems, I don't know if it's every Fire Emblem, but at least I think, was it Fire Emblem 3 Houses, you know, the one of the school? At least is when they start, like, showing the actual self-insert character. So, you do see yourself, I guess, sort of, but still not really. And again, you also pick, like, boy or girl, essentially, I remember. Most people pick girl, though, because the girl characters, at least in anime, and maybe that reflects something about myself, but like they're always just better looking. I don't know, they look cooler, they have, you know, more style, they're more fashionable. I don't know, man. Let's pick the girl character. Men are just boring, you know, usually. Anyway, but somebody shoves me out of the way and he freaking dies. and it was squishing, squelching sound. The person collapsed before me is swallowed up by the quivering redness. Funny, red? Looks like Pepto-Bismol to me, but it was the sight of a life vanishing so abruptly. Strangely, the scene unfolded like a mirror reflecting my own fate. That's how it felt. It also reminds me, Fate Grand Order as well. I mean, again, a ton of games kind of have this trope where, like, you have, like, a silent, like, protagonist that it's kind of like a self-insert, but not really. I don't know, it's like a weird thing where, like, it's supposed to be your avatar, I guess. But you don't get to, like, customize it, What if I want to customize it? You can't. So I don't know, I can't call it my self-insert because I can't really make it me. It's too generic, like a generic character, more so than a self-insert. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, there's like, wasn't like Persona? I guess the Persona games do that too. At least the 3, 4, and I guess 5. They have their own names and everything, but like really they're just kind of like a silent protagonist, and you're supposed to be like representing them, I guess, as the player. Anyway, it could have been me standing there. Why did I think that? Splattered? Is that a word? You think it was splattered? I guess spattered works too, I guess. Doesn't spattered mean like spots or something? I don't know. I'm just gonna look it up. Spattered. Cover with drops or spots or something. I mean, I guess that works, that's not a mistranslation. That works. Spattered by the spray of crimson, I finally regained my senses. I remember who I am. I'm a member of a squad that set out in search of the hero's party. Another pitiful victim who dared challenge the labyrinth of the dead. No, I'm not dead yet. Maybe it's too early to call me a victim. Right, I best stay calm and remember my name. Soldier! Sure. I don't really... Again. Whenever there's always like a thing that you're supposed to self-insert, I kind of don't want to self-insert. I just want the character to be their own character, Soldier is kind of like a weird name, though. Why is there like a name literally like what they do? I guess that's not unheard of. When you think about it, like especially like English names, English like last names are based off of like professions that people used to have, right? Or like Smith, for example. Smith was like if they were like a metalsmith or something, like Baker, right? Baker is a common last name in English because in some point in their ancestry, they're like, ancestor was a baker, So literally. So that's where it comes from, ever since the middle class, I think. Or something, I don't know how it works exactly, but at some point, I'm assuming in medieval times when the middle class started to rise up, I guess, instead of like nobility, they actually started like earning money and everything. That's when they actually had like family names and all that. Hello, Ilias, by the way. My name is Soldier. Sure. Even though it sounds kind of awkward, but I just want to keep the default name. It's okay, I know it. I can still think straight. As I remember to breathe, the warmth returns to my fingertips. I force my eyes, which have been staring transfixed, to shut tightly. I look away from what has already ended, now meeting the gaze of the foe before me. Also, like, this is a demo, so like, I don't know, I don't want to spend too much time thinking about like, oh, what their name should be and stuff like that. I don't know. Again, if there's more like detailed character customization, then maybe, but this is, you just pick an avatar, so I don't know. Also, hello, Blue Dragonfly. Also, I started late technically because I yet again forgot to make the YouTube stream public. But I just started, so at least the game. I didn't really miss anything, I keep forgetting to do that. No. Like, I keep it private first, because the thing is, I actually woke up like at a reasonable time today, by the way. Like 9 a.m. or something in the morning, so I was like, oh, let me just like create this private stream, but I don't want to make it too early. I'm weird like that, because I don't want to schedule the stream too early, so it's going to show up on your feed like 3 hours before I'm not streaming yet, That's like a thing on YouTube. I always find that weird. It's supposed to be like, It's supposed to be like, oh, you schedule a bunch of streams and you whatever, but like I don't know. I don't like that. I just want to stream when I stream, like 10, like I want to get like a 10-minute like notification, like before, rather than like 3 hours before. It feels weird, or even days before. Because then you see it, you're like, oh, there's a stream. You click on it, and it's like actually it's scheduled for like next week. It's like what? I see it all the time, especially VTubers. VTubers for some reason do that. Is they stream on Twitch and YouTube usually, unless they don't. I don't know. Some of them, do they have to stream on YouTube only? I'm not sure. I don't follow too much YouTubers. Anyway, that's all just to say though. Yet again, I forgot to make the actual stream public because I made it like a few hours ago, and I didn't want to like make it public yet, so I put it private, and I forgot to unprivate it. Anyway, I gotta press on, sword in hand. I move my legs, and that one part of me I can still control. The scraping sound of something being dragged mixed with wet, scorching echoes. It sounds as horrible as rotten vegetables being mashed up in a box. Narrowing my dull eyes, I strain to take in the sight before me. Its form remains unchanged, shining with a bloody, deep crimson gleam. Okay, our first battle. We have Ocean and Soldier's Sword. Soldier's Sword. I don't know if I'm saying it like that, but by the way, it has infinite uses. So, you're never in a situation where you can't do anything. Yes. I feel like that's what's missing, in like, again, I always think for some reason Breath of the Wild, but like that's, for some reason, because it's a very popular game franchise, and at the time, it was a new mechanic for players. But people were always afraid. They're like, oh, if I have a limited amount of uses for my weapons, what if I run out of weapons? Oh no. In that case, you should give Link like a infinite like weapon. I guess there was the Master Sword, I think, but the Master Sword, I think, I don't know. I know this for some reason, even though I never played the game. But like the Master Sword you get in that game is kind of infinite, but like it still has limited uses. You need to recharge it, like a smartphone. You gotta plug in the charger. But I feel like in that case they should give Link like an infinite durability weapon, or maybe even his fists. Can you just punch things? And that'd been awesome. Do like a fist only playthrough. And I don't think that's a thing, but that wouldn't that be cool if Link could just punch everything in the face? That'd be great. Then I feel like people wouldn't complain, right? Because then be like, oh no, I used up all my weapons. Now I can't kill, And players never want to be like in at least most players anyway, don't want to be in a situation where they feel completely helpless, They just want to murder. Let's see. Obviously I'm not gonna use the potion, but like, I wish I could like hover, like I hover here, but then read here, but I can't. Whatever. I'll just use my eyeballs, I guess. But I usually when I read something, by the way, I like to point it out with my mouse. I don't know why, but like it's to show what I'm reading, I guess. But this just of course restores HP. We do have like HP is down though. I don't think we need it. Because even when you use only one use upload, the weapon will break and disappear. Destruction effect. Interesting. And then Soldier's Sword, of course. Cannot use weapons, cannot crit. Kinda sucks, to be honest. But that's the only thing we have. Hello, Moy Master, as well. Alright, is it better to attack or use a potion? Should I save the potion? Save a potion, and then we just die with it anyway. I don't know, but... Swings the sword. I did 4 damage. Ow. Ooh, break. Amid the enemy shadow remains, a silver gleam catches my eye. It's the sword that struck me down. Hilt now pointed towards me. The memory still burns in my sight. I wipe away the blur of tears and blood, fixing my gaze ahead. The blade buried deep seems to beckon me, crying out, "Draw me now." Ow. Freak. Okay, and I feel like this is incorrect. How do I take a screenshot? I don't know. I want to like report this, as a bug. Unless Dreek, is that I swear, I think it's a bug. It could be like break, maybe the D for some reason. Somehow it's like there's some kind of like weird thing where they swap letters in the code or something. Like Drake is not a word, right? Just double checking. That's not. It's Drake. Drake. Dirt or mess. That's not a word. I don't know. At the very least, not a common word anyway. So I feel like this is just a typo. It could be like break or something, or it's completely different. It could be like steal. I don't know, but yeah, it's unfortunate because this is a core mechanic. I feel like, but yet the game does not translate that correctly. Okay, I gotta do that. I didn't need a time it. I think this is still the tutorial. I think they just automatically give it to you. Anyway, I got a sword. You wrench the weapon free and send the flow flying. As the blade is torn from the shapeless entrails, a shrill, agonized scream splits the darkness. My vision blurs. Every step, every fight has drained me. I'm on the verge of collapse, but I can't give in. I have to hold on. I want to live. Lost balance. I pour what feels like a cursed devotion into this blade. There's no other way. The sword may shatter, but for now... Select. Oh, I can just do this? The tutorial didn't teach me that. Switch between normal use and break after next use modes for items. Breaking a ladder often triggers a bonus effect, so when supplies are ample, switching to this mode can be advantageous in battle. Unlimited Blade Works. I am the bone of my sword. Quite literally, I think that's the thing. It wasn't like Fate, because I know this because I've freaking played the Fate Stay Night. I say play, but you know, I read through the entire Fate Stay Night visual novel, and there's like I forget the name what it was called, but like literally like well, spoilers, but you know, Shiro's like, you know, weapon projection ability. Literally, if you break, like if you create a weapon and then you break the weapon by overcharging it, it actually does more damage. So quite literally explodes. But that's literally his, you know, that's literally unlimited blade works. That's how it works. Well, besides the whole reality marble thing, but you know. Quite literally, he creates weapons and throws it at people, and then, like, deliberately makes it explode. That's literally unlimited blade works. You know, I am the bone of my sword. You know. The empty space rings with the sound of shattering sword and the sickening squish of the red thing being hacked to a pulp. Nothing else in the area moves. Thank you, says somebody. I don't know who says that. In the depths of my heart, this is what I myself did that. In the depths of my heart, this is what I whisper. Alone is just me in this world. The shattered sword and red things scattered about don't have words for me. The silence is so profound it hurts. I'm helplessly alone. Or lonely, rather? Lonely. I thought to myself. Hold on, I have to think positively. Maybe if I can find a hero, the sole help any of us have. No, just that. The sentence ends there. I thought there was more to it. Anyway, here's the heroes party. They're just hanging out. You know, I'm fucking dying, and they're just hanging out. 1. Mage. I guess mage is this one. The elf. 2. 4. The Great One is my witness. I'm the sole survivor. I drag my battered body onward. Finally, I arrive at the deepest part of the dungeon. Wait, are you playing cards? What the? All my friends are fucking dead and you're just playing cards. Hey, what are you doing? The mage's dim blue gaze pierces through my soul. They're the eyes of one who's completely given up. I can't help but wither under that stare. Playing cards. Doubt, to be exact. Doubt? The name of the game, I guess? Incorrect. As promised with the Great One, no falsehoods may pass these lips. I was just explaining what we're doing to our strange guest here. Appearing dissatisfied, the mage gathers up the piles of cards and lets out a deep sigh. Such a scene is inconceivable. I just think about that. Was that movie? What's it called? Something Bride. What's it? I forget what it's called. But I just think of that character that goes, inconceivable! You know? Such a scene is inconceivable in a labyrinth of death, yet it is so. You should join us. Here, I'll do you in. The Princess Bride, right? It's the same one. For some, I don't know how I watched. I think it was. Well, I was gonna say I don't know how I ended up watching that movie. I think it just came on TV at some point. You know, when I was like younger as a kid. I just randomly watched it. You know, I don't know, but I remember that guy. You know, the guy that goes inconceivable, and then there's the guy that goes, "My name is Nigel Montoya." You know, you killed my father. Prepare to die. And then he just repeats it like many times. I find myself approaching the group, still groggy. Here in the gloom of these catacombs, utterly alone in the depths of despair, the lively gathering instilled a sense of security in me, like what you get from a gentle flicker of a campfire. Yes. An RPG party. Yes. You're like having fun. The video game. Are you the hero's party? Those blue eyes look up at me, deep like the ocean, sparkling like the starry sky, and yet somehow entirely devoid of life. Yes! Okay, says the hero. Despite the energy of that resounding reply, I can't shake that initial impression from my head. Another thing, the cards I receive are not in numerical The cards I received are not in numerical order. Some are even sideways. I tie them up with a forced smile. I decide to see what the group has to say over the next couple of cards. I'm playing cards. There are people here with me in this dark dungeon now. Sure, the situation is not exactly normal, but it's reassuring regardless. Do you know the rules of doubt? Well, can't you tell me about what's going on here first? Despite answering the mage's question of a question, I nod yes. I'm familiar with at least the rules, but if we're talking card games, there are others that come to mind first. Doubt, one of the many card games out there. I don't know why, this is the whole thing for some reason. The game involves adding numbers to the pile in numerical order from the hand you're dealt. If you have the next number in your hand, that's great, but if you don't, you play another number like it's the one you need. In other words, you have to lie when placing the card down. I mean, I think I've heard of that. I mean, you know, there's a lot of different kind of card games, I guess, but I think I've heard of this one. What's the more famous version of this? Is it called Doubt or is it called something else? I'm pretty sure it's called something else. But you know, you can put like, you know, for example, like put down like, you know, I put down a pair of threes, you know, whatever. Right? You have to like say how many. You have to match the cards, and you have to say how many or whatever. Yeah, I've seen this before. I'm like, I don't know where I've seen it before. But anyway. How nice. In that case, you can go first. The mage says this as if nothing is wrong. You hear the mage is, a sad soul trying to keep this absolutely insane situation going. You're a mage. I was a mage. The next number is 5, by the way. Was? 5. I find a 5 card in my hand and place it on the floor. I can't use magic anymore, so I amuse myself with card games now. You called it bullshit when you were growing up? Really? It's called bullshit? Really? I guess, you know, certain card games have different names. Depending on, you know, where you learn it. I remember, like in school, I mean, there's a few card games I played. I don't remember what it was called, though. But like, they're like, kind of like Goldfish, but it's not like Goldfish, though. What do they call it? I guess it's called Old Maid or something, or President, or I don't know, there's different names for everything. I'm not sure, but like, it's a different kind of game though. It's more so like you picking cards from other people's hands, I think. Something like that. In the depths of this labyrinth, well, it's not like I can leave. The mage's dry laughter rattles through the darkness. Yeah, I suppose a mage without magic might have trouble getting out. But this is the hero's party. It's not like the mage is alone here. You're up next, priest. Of the Great One is my witness. Yorokobe. Okay, then 6 it is. Indeed, for I cannot lie to the Almighty. Besides the priest, the mage sighs and shrugs. A priest didn't used to be like this. Is a devout priest not a good thing? As long as they've got the correct one. Going by appearance, the looks is every bit the model priest. Is something the matter? Are you perhaps interested in the wonders of my master, the Great One? No. I shake my head. Internal changes are more frightening than external ones. It's like meeting a friend after a long time only to find out they've become a monster. I can tell by the priest's eyes, because this is anime for some reason, and people's eyes change. This is bad. Oh, with all caps. The next turn is mine. Come on, let's do it. But like her face doesn't really like. What does this mean? The next player rips a card out of their hand and slams down the pile. But contrary to their actions, their face doesn't move in the slightest. Not even the mouth, which should be speaking. Funnily enough, he used to be able to read the face like an open book. The warrior was the absolute worst. Yeah, I'm invincible! She says with a blank expression. Good for you staying positive. The hand that slams the card down is not a human one. I can see this seams no normal flesh should have, and each joint is rounded like a perfect sphere. Ah yes. I don't know, first thing I think of was the doll from Bloodborne, you know. The haphazard bends in the warrior's legs also give it away. This guy is a doll from head to toe. Guy? I don't know if it was a mistranslation or not. I don't know. Guy. If you have any logical thinking abilities, you can guess who he is by process of elimination. They're using the he pronoun, so I thought the entire party was all women, but there's like one guy. But then they're like a doll. Isn't there like a VTuber like that? I swear, there's literally a VTuber like that, where he's just a guy, but then he's like a doll, like pretty like girl doll avatar for some reason, and that's his shtick. Was this I think it was a J or something? I can't remember. Anyway, but for the sake of introductions, this is the warrior. That's a lie. I wonder what their voice sounds like. That do they actually just sound like a deep voice, like "Hello, I'm the warrior." You know, they use like a doll girl avatar. I'm not sure. You're supposed to say doubt if you think someone's lying. No. Anne picks a card from random and slaps it into the pile. The rule is that you have to say the number. Okay, it was 7 before, so this would be 8. Mage lets out a deep sigh. You know, they were never the sharpest bunch, especially compared to me. But they were never this dense. They could at least handle a simple a game of cards. The mage's eyes narrowed as if the mage was reminiscing the past. I guess it wasn't a bad journey up until this point. Actually, maybe I should take that back about the warrior, who'd lose big every time. I'm the strongest! Okay. More like the weakest. I bet you can't even swing a sword right with that funky body of yours. This exchange must have played out countless times on the way here. With motion that seems to contain all real resignation, the mage lays down a card, the final card. A hero who's lost their marbles. A warrior who's lost the strength to swing a sword. A priest who's lost the faith. And then me, a mage who's lost magic. We're annihilated, I guess. That's the title of the game for some reason. There's no getting out of this place for us. I feel like, I don't know, annihilated. I feel like there should be a different word that would fit better, I feel like. Because the idea, yes, they've lost in the sense like they can't use their like abilities anymore. Like, I don't know, like reset or something. I don't know, like, I don't know what you call it. I don't know. Or I guess defeated. I mean, defeated was I feel like in the original Japanese translation, as I mentioned before, when the stream was privated, by the way, but I think it was, yeah, it was like the hero's party was defeated. You know, Yusha Party wa Zenmitsu. So Zenmitsu is the word. I don't know what kind of like meaning it has though in English. That would translate better, but anyway. There's no getting out of this place for us. 9. Doubt. Objection. Sorry, but it's true. I'll show you. The mage flips over the card to reveal 9. I'm sure everything else the mage said was also true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing cards in a place like this. And so I win. At least that part hasn't changed. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. What the hell is going on? I gripped the cards tighter, my mind racing with questions. Why cards of all things? Is the hero's party really acting like none of this matters? When the game ended, the four of them vanished deeper into the dungeon, leaving me standing there stunned. The words still echo in my head, and yet the mage swore every bit of it was true. The few scraps of explanation between rounds of cards wasn't nearly enough to explain what I just witnessed. The mage losing all magic? The hero unable to speak? What's that supposed to mean? And the warrior, glass eyes, ball joints, it's a doll indeed. They got the Full Metal Alchemist treatment, you know? I always forget, who's, is it Edward? I always forget the characters' names because I always mix them up for some reason. Full Metal name character. Can't spell. Characters. It's Edward. Alphonse, right? Alphonse. Alphonse. Basically, he got the Alphonse treatment. Put his soul in a doll. No use panicking now. I need answers. But from who? Nah, I'll just do it myself. I'll just solo this. Dark Souls style. I don't need co-op. I don't need a phantom. That's just a crutch. I'll just dodge roll everything. I don't know if this is like... I mean, this feels like a visual novel. I don't know the way to say it. Okay, then. But I don't know if we're picking like a character now, because again, the story page mentioned how like you only pick one. I don't know if we're picking one, or are we just talking to them, you know? Just pick the hero for now. Even though the hero, right, they can't speak, right, or something? I decided to start with the hero. A pair of glowing blue eyes turned toward me. Also, I don't know, what's with their like big ears? It looks like ears anyway. What is that? I don't expect a normal conversation, but I should at least try. Hero. I step into the shadows of the cave, closing the distance between us. In the dim light, I notice the hero is chewing on something. Food? My mouth goes dry, my stomach knots. Survival first, questions later. Eat these like weird like plant puff things. What are you eating? I try to ask, not sure if the hero will even bother to answer. The hero stays silent, then crouches down in the corner. Just as I'm about to give up, the hero turns the head and meets my eyes. Turns the head? Or turns their head? Yes! The hero brightens and thrusts something green toward me. Moss. Has the hero been eating moss? Yes! He's eating moss. Oh, so is it just me? The eyes kind of like weirdly incorrect. You know, I don't know. Like they look like they're looking the wrong way around. You know, if that makes sense. They're like cross-eyed a little bit. Which reminds me, actually, what was freaking reminds me of? Reminds me of like the freaking, what do you call them? Well, they're called Pomni, literally Pomni Animinies. I see them on social media because I think they just shipped. They're like, what do you call it, Labubus? There's a whole thing about Labubus or something. They're like Pombubus, but like specifically the unicorn. Like this thing, right? It's like a super hidden. Well, it's not hidden actually. The hidden one would be like another one, but you know, it's like this thing. It's like a grab box, you know, where there's like different kinds of like Pomnies, even the Amazing Digital Circuits, of course. And like it's a freaking gacha, and then you can get one of these or whatever. And there's a, you know, I don't know the percentage chance, but like, you know, the super rare version is this freaking like unicorn one, which is a reference to the original concept art of Pomni. And like her eyes are like also kind of like, you know, like what do you call it? Like again, cross-eyed. Or do you call it cross-eyed? I don't call it cross-eyed. Well, you know, they look goofy essentially, and that's what that reminds me. Also, what's this? What's this from, by the way? I don't know where this is from. I swear. I don't know. Does that exist? I've never seen that before. Why is she doing the thing? Well, it reminds me of like freaking What's her face from Chainsaw Man? Kombini for some reason? Doing that pose over the peace signs? I don't know why. Anyway. That reminds me of that. The unicorn Pomni. The unicorn Pombubu. Yes. The hero nudges it closer. Does the hero expect me to eat this too? No. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I guess we eat literal moss. I grit my teeth and shove the moss into my mouth. Delicious. Just like in Dark Souls, you know, you eat purple moss to like heal poison. Not so much. Oh, never mind. It's just moss and tastes like it. The damp earth and bitter forest flood my tongue. Wet, fuzzy, chokingly green, and it won't go away. Before I can even react, it pops back out. My brain is screaming this isn't food. Not food. It isn't reason talking, it's pure instinct, deep down in my soul. Sorry, I can't swallow it. And what if, in some 1 in a billion chance, this stuff is actually delicious? Packed with nutrients, maybe enough to keep me alive here forever. Then maybe I'd consider living off moss for the rest of my life. Yes. The hero looks a little disappointed. Guess the hero wasn't trying to trick me. I appreciate the gesture, but the moss taste was unbearable. Fuzzy. Right. The shock of the texture nearly made me forget why I'm here. Right, back to business. Time to talk to the hero. What's going on here? Yes! Yes what? I guess in Japanese, the hero will be saying, hi, you know, hi, the whole time. Like a Pokemon. But that's useless. I'll need to ask differently. Were you attacked by some powerful monster? No! they can say no! So it's only yes or no. Like questioning a genie bound to single words. I won't get much detail out of this. Then, hero, are you okay? Yes! Good, I guess. Let's take that as a positive sign. Is it really safe to stay? No. Hero shakes head. I don't know, they're avoiding the pronouns for some reason. I think it's supposed to say hero shakes her head sharply, I guess. I'm assuming it's a she. I assume the doll was also a she too, but then they kept using the male pronouns, so I'm not sure now. I don't know if it was a mistranslation or simply that it is supposed to be like a guy voice, but like it's a doll, you know, girl. I don't know. I expected as much, but the hero's reaction looks genuine. You have a reason you can't stay here? Yes. The hero nods furiously. It's incredible dialogue, by the way. You know, imagine like if this game was voice acted. You know, she would have like the easiest lines. You just say yes or no the whole time. In different ways, I guess, but maybe there's a danger only he senses. Again, he! I don't know, I think it's a mistranslation. I think it's a mistranslation. I don't think it's he, I don't know. Then again, it's ambiguous. Well, they have the telltale signs of eyelashes, so it has to be a she. I feel like it's just a mistranslation. They keep using a he when it's supposed to be a she. Let me where's my screenshot button? Oh, I should put both. I guess as his again. Screenshot. I don't point that out and make sure. I don't know. I mean, it's not a guarantee I'll do it, but I was thinking of like, you know, kind of like just this is like a bug report thread. Maybe follow it up with the developer, because I don't know. Depending if the game itself is good, I want the translation to be good too. You know. I swear, I feel like anytime when there's like pronouns mix up, you know, in the translation script though, I do feel like it's because they use some kind of machine translation. Because in Japanese, you know, if you translate it literally, usually there's no pronouns, you know, you can't really tell. There's no he or she usually when you refer to someone else. So if you translate it like literally, like directly with a machine, then it can't tell, right? If you just translate line by line, you need an actual translator to like understand the context. If I stay, something bad will happen. Yes. The hero's blue eyes tremble with sorrow without being able to speak some. The hero knows I can see it, even if I don't know that, or if I don't know what. And we have to find a way out. Yes. Our goal is set back to the ground somehow. But what if? What do we do now? What if there's no way out? If my comrades' sacrifices were in vain, the hero falls here too, and every last hope for this world dies. No. See me sink, the hero shakes her head sharply. Again, missing pronouns as well. I don't know, take too many screenshots. The hero grips my shoulder with a firm, resolute hand. Those blazing eyes cut through the darkness inside me. No. Again, the hero shakes her head, eyes burning, as if telling me not to give in. Yes. There's only one path back the way we came. The death road my comrades paved with their lives. No matter what, we have to fight our way to the ground. What comes after we'll deal with then. Even stripped of everything, the one standing before me still embodies hero. In those bright blue eyes I find a flicker of hope. And so we step into the dungeon, swallowed by endless dark and heavy of death. Can you understand me? Hero only answers yes or no. No wonder I'm starting to doubt everything. I lock eyes with the hero and test it. Yes. Yeah, I got it. The hero understands me. Whether the hero can speak more, that's a different story. A reply is a reply, I'll take what I can get. The hero keeps chewing on the moss, jaw rolling slow and steady. What if the hero's words are just noise? The truth is, there's no will left at all and I end up imagining the worst. Say something if you understand. Yes. Don't say anything. Right. The hero is listening. The hero just can't go beyond those two words. They call the hero the strong silent type, but is it born of nature? The born of nature? Okay, that's a weird translation. I mutter under my breath. After what happened to the others, it's easy to wonder if the hero lost something too. No. I guess born of nature, meaning were you born of that, I guess. I don't know. This is just a weird translation. The reply is curt, almost cold. Is the hero answering the doubt in my head? Or did the hero actually catch my whisper? In the cave's hush, the single word hangs in the air, echoing off the stone. I'm gonna end conversation. Then I have to talk to everyone. Mage. I speak with a mage. She has a freaking like giant like, what do you call it? Stake, I guess, through her entire body for some reason. Before, the mage is the only one I can actually talk to. The answer is obvious. Mage, I need the full picture. A sensible choice. The others, you get nothing out of them. The fact you came to me, that's almost a relief. At least you still sound like someone who can think straight. The mage's voice drops. Her cloud of eyes drifting aside. I don't need the press, the mage's meaning is clear enough. What was it you want to know? I've already told you nearly everything I can. We pieced together what happened to each of them and the toll was taken. But the truth of this place, why it exists, what really happened, remains hidden. The questions keep pressing. What happened here? What did you go through? You know how to kill a witch. The mage lets out a faint, bitter laugh. Magic comes from the heart. With vampires who drive a wooden stake through it, witches are no different. I was struck down, a stake driven through my heart. If I were an archmage, I'd have died on the spot. But the price was all the magic I had. My power's gone. Now I'm nothing more than a village girl. It's pathetic, really. For the next few millennia, I'll crawl through life as nothing but a powerless human. The mage's cloudy eyes sink lower. Shadows of fragility and resignation pulling within. Yet deep inside, wisdom lingers, layer like rings of an ancient tree. Why push you to the brink then let you live? The mage says they were almost annihilated, yet none of them truly died. Monsters that struck them vanished without a trace. Exactly. I think the attacker understood the hero's blessing. Hero's blessing. Metal Gear. No, Colonel. Never heard that before. If left with this desperate situation, ordinary people like me aren't supposed to brush shoulders of heroes, let alone their secrets. We, the hero's party, are immortal. We made a pact with the Reaper. As long as the world's crisis endures, even if we fall, we revive, locked in the state we were at the moment of death. If I were to kill myself now, I'd just come back looking exactly like this. Even if I starved, I'd revive starving again and again. Better to end it early and reset while I still have the strength to move. Okay. Interesting perspective of immortality. A lot of it makes my stomach knot. could I face death with such resolve? Or worse, am I already bound to the party without even knowing it? You know, they got a bad, they got a bad deal. You know, they should have like specified when you die, you should like respawn. You know, full HP instead of just respawning with you know, the same moment that you died. You just keep dying over and over again. It's kind of like getting soft locked, you know, when you like make a save and then you reload that save, but like, it's like right before you die. So you're in an infinite death loop, you know? Some call it the hero's blessing. You know it exists, but live long enough and you'll find out eventually. That's why our enemy didn't finish us off. Killing us outright is pointless. Instead, they pinned us here, half dead, unable to move on. That's how you deal with the undying. Very, now just think of Dark Souls, you know, how that's similar. You know, that would be interesting, actually. Well, I mean, Dark Souls 1 kind of did that, where, like, they put you in a prison or whatever, but, like, that would be an interesting idea for, like, a boss fight. You know? Where, like, a boss actually understands your respawn mechanics, so they don't kill you outright, they just trap you. So you're stuck, you know, in the fight. And then, you know, I mean, obviously, I don't know how you would continue from there, but, like, it'd be kind of like that. You know, in some way, you know, they know that if you die, you just respawn anyway, so they just kind of, like, somehow, like, trap you within, like, a level or something like that. I don't know how it would work, but, like, it's an interesting idea, like, how you deal with, like, an immortal, like, enemy, instead of, like, you know, defeating them the normal way. We weren't spared, we were kept alive on purpose. If I were them, I've done the same. The mage's words trail into a quiet sigh. Whoever understands their weakness this well is still out there, waiting in this dungeon of death. If you try to escape, we'll run straight into them again. Hope of survival slips further away. Still, the hero's blessing is a gift from the Reaper. I've thought it comes from some god of light, or an angel at least. I mutter, shaking my head hard, as if to scatter the despair clawing at me. The question is meaningless, but it keeps me from breaking. No matter whether it's the god of light or angels, even deaths barely concern them. Their job is to wait until the world ends, and guide souls to heaven. So if humans die en masse, the real headache falls on the Reapers. Too much fairies, right? The mage smirks, tilting the Joker card in hand with the same defiant arrogance from the previous days as Archmage. This is very long. This is a long dialogue. That's just from one question. I don't know. I don't want to skip any because I'm like, I feel like it'd be skipping content, you know. Next question: is it really safe? If we could live here, maybe there'll still be a chance to find some hope. After all, I might not be the last survivor on the surface. If we just hold on, perhaps a turning point will come. Don't be naive. This is slow suicide. Even if the hero's eating, there's barely anything here to eat. Well, at least you brought some fresh meat. That might keep us going for a little while. The mage lets out a dry laugh. Who willingly sacrifices themselves anyway? What do we do now? I blurt out. The future. The mage fidgets with the brim of the hat, clearly impatient. Yeah, like the five of us teaming up to get out of here. It's the only plan that makes sense. Out here, we couldn't count on anyone coming to rescue us. You can forget that. Right now, the only ones still ready for a fight are the hero and you. I'd be dead weight. The warrior is useless too, unless we find better weapons, there's no hope. There's a way, but it's basically a gamble. Staying here is slow as suicide, but at least we still have fighters like you. Considering that, I guess the most sensible thing is just to hang out here and pass the time playing cards. Of course, the hero might think differently. The mage sighs. Her murky eyes already resigned. So it says her here though. They're keeping the pronouns correct for the mage. I don't know, maybe it's not a mistake. The hero's like, I don't know. Why do I misgender everybody? Her murky eyes already resigned, speaking more plainly than words could. If you insist on bringing everyone out, I do have a plan with a decent chance of success. I'll tell you later. You'd want to play it safe, wouldn't you? Anyway, the others not acting normal, are they? Just sitting here for a moment makes me feel like I'm about to break. If I had a proper knife, maybe I'd scream and stab you a few times. That desperate? kidding, I don't lose control like that. Been alive too long to break down. The mage's smile is withered as dead wood, and with the hopelessness around. The priest, terrifying. The few words from the priest and you feel insane. Always with the weird rituals. The mage's gaze drifts to the far corner of the cramped room. There, the priest kneels in deep concentration, chanting some obscure prayer. It is unsettling. The warrior, always a freak. Maybe that's why the warrior's face is frozen. It becomes even creepier now. And the warrior keeps staring into that mirror. In the other corner, the warrior's eyes stay glued to the mirror in hands. The warrior's sudden transformation might explain some odd behavior, but this is excessive. As for the hero keeps chewing on some strange thing. All the hero ever says is yes or no. How are you supposed to have a conversation with that? You can't hold a proper talk. Across the room, the hero mechanically drops a green sphere into the mouth, motionless, almost inhuman. And me, every time I lie down to sleep, the stake in my chest presses against me, and I imagine it'd be kind of annoying. It's a constant reminder, the stake in this cruel reality. So I sleep sitting up. Even then, if I tilt my head, I still see it right away. The mage's faint whispers almost dissolve into darkness. The slight shadow of the mage's body, the delicate fingers brushing against the stake, it makes my chest tighten. Without the comrades I rely on, without my power, this is the first time in all these long years I truly feel helpless. I feel like a little girl again, reaching for something I can never hold. The helplessness, it feels familiar. Such long-forgotten memories. Being just an ordinary girl can be so lonely, so insecure. Well, that's a weird translation, I feel like, again. Insecure, so... I don't know, like... I think she means more like weak, I guess. Like, so weak, or so... mortal, you know? So vulnerable, I guess, maybe? I don't know. I reach out on impulse, wanting to comfort the mage, then hesitate. The mage looks as fragile as glass. One wrong move and the mage might shatter. I'm here. I'm here with you. And what difference does it make? The mage's blunt reply knocks the wind out of me. Riz denied. Of course, we're strangers. I'm hardly strong enough to change anything here. I'm sorry. The frustration wells up. Even if I want to comfort the mage, I need to be more careful. The mage's quiet sigh drifts over. Well, I know you mean well. I appreciate the thought. Thank you. But if you need to be comforted in return just to comfort someone, it's better not to speak at all. At least be like a doll. Provide a calm presence. Right now, I'm not even as reliable as a doll. The mage's words cut like the stake in the chest, sharp and piercing. Maybe the stubbornness is all the mage has left. I end the conversation. I walk away. I talk to the warrior now. Again, I'm not sure what the warrior's voice should be. Should they be like what they look like, or should they be like, you know, not at all actually? Because it feels like the voice doesn't match the body at all. During the card game, everyone else wore deadpan faces, but the warrior always looked cheerful. Maybe I'll hear something positive from the warrior. Not looked cheerful, but... I need to talk to you about what comes next. Well... Again, are they supposed to sound... I'm not sure what they're supposed to sound like. The warrior stares blankly at the reflection in the water. The warrior's face is motionless, giving nothing away. I noticed what I should have realized earlier. This is probably a doll's body. A true warrior relies on strength to survive in the battlefield. Someone told me the warrior lost a sword-wielding flesh. Sword-wielding flesh? Again, weird translation. I mean, like the sword-wielding... their sword-wielding body, I guess? It seems the warrior's soul was ripped from that battle-hardened body and sealed in this fragile doll. The thought alone makes my skin crawl. You know, I could never be like a tiny anime girl. Disgusting. Look at me. Okay, I'm going to assume... I wasn't sure, but I'm going to assume the warrior is just a guy. You know, it just sounds like a dude, basically. Despite how he looks. Like, quite literally catfishing, I guess, is what you call it? I don't know. Literally a typical player in VR chat using like a big booby anime girl avatar. So I guess it doesn't have big boobs, but you know. So like, I guess he would sound like, look at me, you know, look at me. No. Look at me, am I not super cute? Super kawaii? Huh? Seriously, look, I'm adorable. The warrior pokes and prods itself. For a second I breathe easy, and maybe this won't be so bad. So I was thinking, yeah, I don't know, I think, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming it's like that, because I don't know what the warrior looked like initially. So I was thinking, and the warrior's movements give me a bad feeling. Like a child fascinated by a toy, flipping it over and examining every seam. Okay. How detailed did they make this doll? Stop, warrior, please. You get banned on Steam. I scrambled to stop the warrior from lifting their clothes. Surprisingly, the warrior is much weaker than I expected. I managed to restrain them easily. The warrior's power is gone. Lost some strength, huh? That's inconvenient. Okay. I don't know we're still in the CG. The warrior clicks the tongue, but the face remains expressionless. Perhaps I shouldn't have stopped the warrior. The calm with which the warrior examines the doll body is almost terrifying. You came here for a reason, didn't you? Spit it out. I won't let go just because you try to change the subject. Not happening. I hold the warrior fast. At this distance, my reflection stares back at me from the glassy eyes. I understand what to ask. Sure, the face is kind of cute, but inside, not so much. Still, maybe this makes this easier. Okay. What's this also remind me of? Was there like a... I can't remember. I mean, I guess it's just a trope, you know, like in anime, where there's like a character that's just a doll, I guess. That's like a thing. Oh, wasn't that I swear, didn't I play like a game where I didn't realize the character was actually like a doll character for the longest time? Because I didn't see the doll joints or whatever. I can't remember. Which game was that? It's just some random game I played. I don't remember though. I don't know. But again, anyway, it's just a typical trope, you know? What's going on here? Alright, first things first, what happened here? It all makes sense now. The hero's party was annihilated and every one of them seems to have lost something essential. What happened? I turned to a doll and a story. That's it? Come on. I need details. Why are you like this? Who did this to you? Explaining crap ain't my thing. Fine. The body just changed all of a sudden. Got knocked down, someone waved a hand, everything spun, and the next thing I knew, I was stuck in this. The old body was lying right there in front of me. So the warrior's soul was dragged from the flesh and crammed into this shell. The how is so a blur, and the warrior doesn't really understand it either. As for the enemy, probably my ex-fiancée. You could use a little magic back then. Guess she leveled up. Arms creaking, bones snapping, but I knew her the second I saw her. Hold on, you had a fiancé? She's damn strong though. Got no clue why she turned into that thing. If she wanted revenge, fine, but stealing my body? What's she gonna do with it? Man, she only dropped the legendary... I can't speak. Man, if only she dropped the legendary blade instead. Can't believe this slacker ever had a fiancé. Still the facts line up. The ex-fiancé turns into a monster and transformed the warrior into a doll mixed off of his body. What does that even mean? No idea. I give it trying to make sense of it. Okay. Staying in a damp dark hole like this is pointless. You plan to do anything here? Become a mushroom? Pass, I've got no interest in turning into one. Then go outside, simple as that. Go out and if you suddenly feel like becoming a mushroom, you can always come back. Pretty sure that's never gonna happen. But out there is worse. Saying going outside is easier. Yeah, I can't speak. But out there is worse. Saying go outside is easier than doing it. Outside is a dungeon built from blood and bodies of our companions. That reeks of death. This is the world beyond, the one I barely crawled out of. Staying here isn't a plan, but throwing ourselves into the unknown might be worse. Which is the wiser choice? I can't tell. Also, there's so much dialogue. There's so much. By the way, so much dialogue. I don't know if they want to front load all of this, in the very beginning, because we haven't touched any gameplay yet. At least beyond the tutorial, anyway. I don't usually complain though, because like I don't mind visual novels, but they kind of promise gameplay and then they never touched it for so long. I feel like this would be better if we just, you know, kind of sprinkle it in, you know, instead of like having it all in the beginning. Don't overthink it. Overthinking gets you stuck. If you want something or something needs doing, then you go. The rest will figure it on the way. And if we die, or run into something worse than death, I can't help but wonder, everyone here, including the warrior, has probably suffered worse than death. How can the warrior manage to stay so optimistic? Then we die moving forward. If we live, we can't moving until we can't anymore. The rest, we deal with it when there's nothing left to deal with. Absurd. In the middle of despair, that blunt optimism feels almost like a method. What are we doing now? What else? We go out. Yeah, I'm weak, pathetic really. Then I'll get strong again. You know, I'll simply start working out again, you know, start from the beginning, get those noob gains, you know? And how do I grow muscles with my doll body, I guess? Then, I'll be adorable and unstoppable. A laugh bubbles up from me. In this hellish, suffocating situation, the warrior's optimism is truly reassuring. I really did, by the way, I didn't really expect this character just from looking at their character design. You know, when I look at the store page, I thought they're gonna be more like a, like a deadpan kind of character, like a cool dede, I guess is what you call it, the character archetype, where they're like emotionless and everything. And despite the fact they're like a warrior, you know, but no, it's just like some dude, you know. What did you say? The warrior's eyes glitter as staring off at somewhere I can't see. After we go out, I want to try being an idol. With a face like this, I'd be a hit, and I'd never age. I wouldn't even need to, well, you know, perfect idol material. Doll lets out a click laugh. The warrior is ridiculous in the most ridiculous way. Okay, well, the warrior is a fucking weeb, you know, or not a, what do you call it? I mean, not really a weeb because they're already Japanese, but you know, like a fucking otaku, I guess, you know. Thinking about idols while everything's falling apart is either madness or brave blindness. But somehow his childish hope cuts through the gloom. I like that idea. Again, I still don't, I don't know. I wish I knew what the warrior's voice is supposed to sound like. It's either like, I am a big, strong warrior, you know, that guy, or maybe he's just a normal, regular guy, like, hi, I'm a normal warrior, you know, he has just a normal male voice. Or maybe his voice is, like, changed, you know, and he does sound like a little girl, I don't know, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, you know. The game never really, like, specified, you know, what his voice sounds like. Before I knew it, I had agreed. You can let go now? Oh, you can let go now. Alright, because we were trying to prevent him from upskirting himself, you know, for some reason. You know, just to prevent the the ratings, you know, from being too high, I guess. Or not ratings, what do you call it? Age ratings, rather. Yeah, we gotta prevent the age ratings. Alright. I release the warrior's wrist and a genuine smile slips out. Why doesn't your expression ever change? But this body is a doll's body after all. No matter how much I laugh or scream or cry, the face doesn't change. I spent ages in front of a mirror earlier. The warrior treats it like a casual complaint, which makes it harder to read. I tried sticking my tongue out, making silly faces. I made every expression I could think of, but the reflection didn't move. Couldn't they have put a little more care into making it? Couldn't they have given me 6 arms instead? The warrior raises both hands and wiggles them in a meaningless flourish. The warrior's mouth doesn't move when speaking. 6 arms. I used to win staring contests all the time. Now I can't even compete. It's annoying. Yeah, a perfectly blank face staring back at you will kill anyone's grin. If I were trapped in a body without warmth, heartbeat, or expression, what would I be like? I cannot know. We always judge others by ourselves. Our fears color everything we imagine. I find myself imagining him in the worst possible light. Maybe that's because I'm the fragile one here. Oop. Last one. The priest. Yorokobe. Shoujo. Kimi no gai wa youyaku kana. I decided to talk to the priest. If anyone here might strike a chord with me, it isn't obvious from those eyes. The priest feels utterly alien. At the same time, the priest is still the type who sat down to play cards with us. Cooperative, at least. That counts for something. I need to talk to you about what comes next. Okay. At my words, the priest's gaze rose towards me. The people spiraled inward in tight rings as if they could pull a person down into them. Uzumaki. Of course. Allow me to review the signs of fate. The blessed path of devotion to the Great One. You know, when you say Great One, you know, it sounds like you're talking about Cthulhu. The priest speaks of a sickly cheer. The Great One, the true deity we are meant to worship, has already come to this place. This Great One tests us and makes a choice. I am chosen. I am the one saved, yet pity that my Great One is trapped now. So I must give everything for the Great One. Praise be to the Great One. In the name of... Okay, and the game corrupts. I replay that moment in my head over and over. No, absolutely not. I didn't catch the one's name, and something in me screams not to ask. I force myself to change the subject. I feel like it really is like Cthulhu-esque, a Lovecraft. You can't say the name. Anyway, can we leave this place? They're not whole, but they're alive. They are the hero's party. I clean that small fact like a rope. Leave here? Piece of cake. The priest's voice is almost breezy. It's the opposite of the mage's panic. The priest's hope feels wrong and deep and dark all at once. The power of the Great One will protect us. Whether we stay or go, nothing changes. Offer up the scattered flesh outside. Speak of the Great One as I do. Come, join me. The priest tilts their head again. The head tilts her head. I'm assuming they haven't confirmed the pronoun for the priest, but I assume it's a her. Everyone looks like an anime girl to me. The priest tilts her head and lifts the hand toward me. Or lifts her hand toward me. The priest's spiraled eyes narrow like trapdoors closing. Is the priest talking about offering our fallen companions as a sacrifice? Is this a grotesque ritual? Sure, why not? I stumble between instinct and desperation. Every scrap of salvation looks inviting now. Even the mad kind. Yes, just as said, the priest has truly been redeemed. Besides, a corpse is still just a corpse. It can't save us or help us. Right, they would all gladly sacrifice themselves for me. Fine, let's begin the ritual. Begin the ritual. I bolt out. I will be saved. I have no idea what this ritual is, but there really is a great one. Please save me. I scramble to gather the torn flesh, the severed limbs, and the organs scatter across the floor. You know, I thought it was gonna be like a thing where like, oh, it was just a fake out, but not. Anyway, I have only one focus. If there were a mirror now, my expression would be horrifying. I laughed and feel the tears slap the floor. What am I doing? The amount of me in my arms could never be a bouquet of hope. This is pointless. It's meaningless. And yet doing something is better than waiting to die. The motion, the focus, gives me a tiny, terrible relief. I repeat the pointless act until my hands grow numb. My gaze goes dull, and my heart sinks deeper as if dragged through mud. Two clouded eyes, a broken body, a crumbling heart. When the blade of death finally comes, I'm not sure I'll be able to take it. Even if I cannot bear it, the outcome is set. I will become what I hold in my arms. Until the end, I cannot accept that. Seems like... I can't read that. Seems like you are not chosen. Then become meat. The Great One, I will once more be with you. Okay. Hello? Hello? Never mind, you know? Never mind. Turns out that was a bad idea. That was like a bad ending, I guess. Shouldn't have said that, I guess. Daga, kotowaru. No, that's impossible. I reflexively shoved the priest's hand away. Oh, you lack true devotion. You will not leave then. The priest's warped chuckle hangs in the air. Madness sits in the priest's words. The kind of faith he wears now is not gentle. It's turned fierce and hollow. Well, it's a he again. I don't know. I still don't know. It was a mistranslation. That everyone's a man for some reason. Somehow. They look like women to me, but no. A thought lights in my mind, sudden and unwelcome. Maybe in this pit of despair, but the only thing that can save me is the madness as deep as the abyss. What happened, everyone? Let me tell you how we were saved. The priest's words bristle with fervor. Still, I don't want to hear another sermon about the Great One, but maybe listening could offer something useful. Please speak. My reply may mean nothing. The priest doesn't care whether I listen, and just begins to talk. We came to this dungeon searching for the legendary blade. The priest's sentences wander and stutter, but this man witnessed it all. Man? Out of the absurdity, the priest's account might be the nearest thing to the truth, maybe. The priest starts to tell the tale. The priest said that the hero's party challenged the dungeon for that last sliver of hope. They followed the legend of a sword, and the hero fell the Demon King and pressed on to the deepest reaches. The moment the hero's hand touched the blade, the dungeon's deadliest trap triggered. Probably some enchantment is bound to that sword. A horrific magic poured from the blade, sapping the strength of the men who let their guard up. Men! I mean, I know the mage at least is a woman, you know? Anyway, at that moment, the lurking monsters and the shadows that controlled them surged like an avalanche. They first ambushed the mage, driving a stake through her heart, cowardly and cruel. Yeah, mage is definitely her. I mean, they're keeping that consistent, so it's weird that everyone else is him, which makes me think that it is correct, actually. Like, the hero, the priest, and the warrior are all men, you know? What? They're all femboys, you know? What the heck? And the one who wielded the great sword crushed the warrior outright with overwhelming crushed the warrior outright with overwhelming force. And the girl, she turned the fallen warrior into a doll. Up to here, I can still follow his account, but then, at that moment, our savior appeared. Our great one revealed their mighty, reviving the fallen warriors. The radiance was unforgettable, the towering form awe-inspiring. Oh, surely, we are guided here to meet the Great One. From this point, the tale becomes hard to swallow. In truth, there weren't the monsters the priest describes at the dungeon's heart. The mage has said the traps were deliberately set to ambush the hero's party. Maybe someone helped the party at the last minute, driving the creatures off for a while. That seems more plausible. The priest chooses words with theoretical flourish, or theatrical flourish. Perhaps that's just his manner. Some of what the priest says conflicts with the mage's version. Is it a lie? I let the priest keep lauding the Great One while my mind drifts. What do you normally eat? You live here? There's nothing much around and I don't see any food. I ask carefully. Talking to this priest, twisted by faith and madness, drains me. The priest's presence presses on my mind like a weight. No matter. Fasting is an offering to the Great One. But no food then. I sigh in disappointment. This place isn't livable. Better leave and find a way out. Don't be so downcast. Fasting connects you to the divine, letting you truly glimpse the Great One. That sounds more like a hunger-fueled hallucination. Yet the priest seems entirely untethered from reality. You misunderstand the meaning of faith. Of course I don't. I shake my head frantically. I slip up earlier with my face too telling. I have to be careful. One wrong move and the Great One, or rather the priest could lash out at me screaming, "How dare you deny my Great One and kill me?" Just as he did that one bad ending. Faith is the force that pulls people from the abyss. It's a lifeline in despair, a crutch for fragile souls. I think people like you are the ones who need the Great One's shelter the most. The priest's saccharine, did I say that by the way? Saccharine whisper makes my skin crawl. It lures like a step toward a bottomless pit, swaying like madness. I look away. Yes, I am fragile. What do we do next? Is there really no way all five of us could leave together? I throw a question at the priest. Of course, they could escape on their own. I thought maybe our situation could be similar. I wouldn't mind an escort with you, a two-person journey toward the dungeon's exit. What do you mean by that? The priest's dead-eyed gaze pins me. My faint smile reflects in his pupils. Two people face the dangers together, Challenge the death traps, fight the monsters, and empty their lives. Only in such despair does one truly hunger for the Great One and feel the divine. I want to save you, and I will smooth every worry from you, wipe fear from your eyes, erase the tremor from your limbs by stabbing you, by the way, that one time. For that, you must feel the Great One. A thought slips in. It will be so easy to drift along, to give everything up and surrender to this mad redemption. It will feel so light, so blissful, and at the same time, unbearably terrifying. Goodbye, see you later. I turn and run as if fleeing the weakness inside me. Okay. That's a lot of dialogue, by the way. A little bit too wordy, and I don't know. I'm so like I'm not sure again if there's any mistranslations. At the very least, I think the pronouns I guess are consistent, but sometimes I did say, like, for example, the priest reaches out the hand. You know, that sounds weird. It should be like the priest reaches out his hand, for example. So there are still some typos, I feel. I'm not sure. Anyway. Just water. Also, it's been 2 hours. Well, technically not 2 hours since the stream technically started, because technically, like, I forgot to make it public, but you know, technically, but it's been 2 hours for me. I haven't reached gameplay yet. You know, I haven't even played the game yet. Is the funny thing. I don't know. But I do want to take a break because I want to go to the washroom. I drink a lot of water. So I think that's what I'll do for now. So yeah, I save the game. Hopefully it saves properly. I'm gonna save the game, and then I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go to the washroom, grab a snack. I'll be right back after a few minutes, and hopefully you actually get into some actual gameplay. You know, or maybe I don't know. What did the story page say? It said like, well, I mean, it says here, right? Something about like the first layer, the prologue. So I don't know if does prologue mean like only story, or does there actually there's like a whole tutorial though? You know, why do like a whole tutorial if there's no actual like game? You know. Also, again, looking at these characters, I swear. I mean, obviously the doll, you know, doll body. Obviously, the whole joke there is that it's a guy in a doll's body. I think that makes sense. The hero, though, I don't know. The hero looks like it's like a woman to me, but I don't know. It's like a girl to me. But I guess it's ambiguous because obviously no boobs, but I don't know. There's like eyelashes and thighs. I don't know. It looks like a woman to me. Again, anime woman, but you know. The priest being a guy as well. I mean, yeah, I guess it's ambiguous. Bishi, so like, yeah, I can't really tell. I don't know. Again, if it was a mistake though, then it wouldn't be so consistent, you know? Because they do clearly label the mage as a woman. They do clearly use the she pronoun for the mage. So it's not a mistake there, so I don't know. Again, I'm just surprised. Most of them are just femboys. What the heck? Huh? Anyway. I don't know. Let's play... I don't know. I want to play the copyright-free music instead. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, like, mute the game for a little bit. Let's see. Mute. And then I'm going to play... this. Alright. Anyway. BRB. Where's the button? Is it? All right. I want to check actually. Hold on. Back to Japanese. Because I'm pretty sure the Japanese version of the store page actually looks different. Yeah, like this part is like different. Because the English one has like a whole GIF. You know, this one does not. I just want to double check. Where's the hero? Again, there's no pro. Actually, I'm just looking for the pronouns. Like, is there any indication? Oh no, this is a man again. Well, I'm not trying to be judgmental here. It was just surprised, you know. Wait. It says he here, but again, you know, pronouns are like ambiguous and or not even used at all actually in Japanese. Direct translation doesn't really confirm their gender, but I guess I can see that. You know, I can see the priest being a guy. It's not impossible, I guess. And this one again is like, I feel like it's supposed to be like a joke, right? Oh, I didn't even search to translate. It's supposed to be like a whole joke where like, yeah, they're like supposed to be like a big badass warrior guy, but then ends up in like a small doll body. Also, they're naughty. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know. The hero being a guy is the one that like that trips me up the most, though. You know? I don't know. It's the eyelashes. When you add eyelashes to anime eyes, that indicates the female gender. I don't know. That's just a rule for some reason. It doesn't make sense because I feel like, I don't know, because everyone has eyelashes, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's not that much of a difference unless you have like, I guess you specifically like, I don't know, have like artificial eyelashes or like you make them like really long or something. Is it like a thing like that? I'm pretty sure there is like clip-on stuff, but I don't know. It's generally considered like a feminine trait for some arbitrary reason, and that's reflected in art, you know? And like, I don't know. Like, obviously she's a girl. I don't know. Anyway. Let's, pause. And then unmute the game. I don't know. When I'm doing like a BRB or whatever, I'd rather play the other music because I don't know, just something different. Rather just have the game music run the whole time because I feel like we've been listening to the game music, you know, for a while already. All right. Anyway, so a lot of dialogue, you know, like it feels. This game is tagged as like roguelike, but like really it feels more like a visual novel. But maybe at this point we'll get some gameplay. And I guess technically you really only have to talk to one person. You don't have to talk to all of them, but I don't know. I'm a bit of a completionist. Like I don't like skipping stuff, you know? Like I don't want to be like, because I hear it all the time. Like some people who just play games for the gameplay and then they just skip all the story and then by the end of it it's like, oh, I did it anyway. You're like, I don't know. It's like, to me, that doesn't make sense for me because like, what's the payoff, you know? To me, the gameplay is supposed to tie in with the story, right? It gives context of what you're doing. If you're just playing the game by itself with no context, well, you're like, at that point, you're just watching numbers go up, you know? Well, I guess those kind of games, though, are popular, however. It's called Balatro, you know? That was, like, popular for a while. people like that. I personally don't like those kind of games because there's no context to it. There's not even like a world, not even any lore even, you know? It doesn't have to have a narrative necessarily, but not even like a thing. It's just cards, you know? With good music, you know, to be clear, to be fair, like good music and like good animation, like it looks great. But like, I'm just watching numbers go up. I don't know. There's no point to it, you know? There's no purpose. Might as well take out a calculator, just multiply it by like a random numbers, you know, it's the same thing. I don't know. It's just a weird like Skinner box, you know? Is that what you call it? The Skinner box like tricks you into like thinking something's happening, but there isn't anything happening really. I don't know. Anyway. Not to like rag on like Balatro, a very beloved like indie game that has probably sold like billions. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how much it sold, but like it's probably super, you know, popular and everything. Super successful. Super successful. But that's kind of like the opposite of the type of game that I would prefer. That's why, basically, just to explain why I didn't want to skip all the dialogue, even though I did feel like it was a little bit long-winded. But let's look for a way out, though. Let's see. Reveal the case. With Phoenix, right? Suddenly it's Phoenix, right? Review the case of the clues gathered so far. The dungeon's depths are hostile. It is impossible to live here long term. 5 of us breaking out together? That's about as likely as climbing the sky. I mean, if you invented the airplane, you could do that. Right now, that's weird. Why is it skip like so fast? Right now, the 2 strongest fighters are the hero and me, and that truth sits heavy. Besides, there's one fact only I know. I'll check the settings. Did I? I always skip it. That's weird. I don't know. They like somehow like made it go into skip mode or something. I'm not sure. But there's one fact only I know. On the surface, there's no longer any force able to stand against the Demon King. The more I think about it, the deeper my despair grows. Oh, by the way, yeah, that's also like for some reason like a very common like universal world setting for some reason in like a medieval fantasy RPG game from Japan. There's always some kind of Demon King, there's always some kind of hero party, and a lot of like stories these days are like subversions of that. But like, what was the original, you know? I guess like Dragon Quest or something like that. That's like a beloved like JRPG in Japan. That's not as popular, I feel like, outside of Japan, but I don't know. I kind of want a game like that focuses on that stuff, you know, not a subversion, literally that setting where like you are the hero's party and you go fight the Demon King, you know, like what would that be like? I don't know, because I never actually seen that original story. It's always a subversion of that story, every time. Even so, oh, that's again. Why is it doing that? Even so, the hero and the warrior, that's weird, a weird typo there, still lit a spark of hope in me. After a long moment of thought, I noticed the mage slip against the wall. Yeah, same, yeah. Again, it's probably like Dragon Quest or something. That's probably like the origin, maybe. The mage said there may be a way. The mage is the only one with a clear head who understands more than most. For that reason, the mage's plan seems the most likely to actually work. I step up to the mage and ask about the plan. The mage lifts the clouded eyes to meet mine, shrugs, and lets out a weary sigh. Your eyes, they're just like the warriors, like the heroes. I thought you and I might have been the same kind of person. And then the sigh, this one heavier. Honestly, I don't think we'll succeed. Maybe if you go alone, there's a chance you'll make it out. The mage raises a single finger, gaze dropping, voice flat. You still have the strength to fight. But dragging along those of us who've lost our power or our sanity, that's nearly impossible. So you can only take one. Protect a single person of everything you've got. That's your best bet. My recommendation is the hero. He may not be able to speak, but unlike the warrior or me, his power hasn't fallen off as sharply. He's the one who still has the most left in him. As for the priest, well, you've seen him. His strength is intact. But the mind, not so much. Spend too long talking to the priest on the way up, and you'll break before reaching the ground. A tired, bitter smile tugged at her lips. Maybe the mage has already worn down by the priest's madness during time here. If it were just retracing our steps, the hero's diminished power combined with mine might be enough. For a moment, hope flickers back to life, and the mage douses it cold. In dungeon expeditions, the way back is usually worse than the way in. Your strength is already spent. Monsters that slept before will wake. Traps reset with time. Who resets the trap, by the way? There's like a dungeon janitor that comes by every night, resets all the spike traps. That's why we normally use a return spell. You know, we just simply fast travel. We press the M key on our keyboard and then click on, on the town on the map. But this time, that's not an option. Be ready for that. The mage's warning drags my spirits down again. Does the mage really have to say it now of all times? I want to argue, well, what good would it do? And still, without the mage's reminder, I might have let my guard down and died here. Who you take is up to you. After all, this was your idea. With that, the mage shoves the choice into my hands. Maybe, as it was said from the start, the mage never believed it would succeed at all. Interesting. So you can choose... You can't choose a priest for some reason, but choose the hero, choose the warrior, or choose the mage. I don't know. I feel like the hero is the most logical choice, of course. Everyone's just pushing to use the hero, because they're the one that actually can do something. Warrior, I feel like is the silly choice. It literally makes no sense unless unless you're like, I don't know, you're like, what's the word? Like you find the warrior very funny, I guess. Like the fact that, like the typical, like, oh, I'm a guy, but then I'm in a girl's body, ooh, you know. Like, I don't know, for some reason that tickles your fancy. I don't know, I'm not sure. But the mage, though, I feel like makes the most story sense, because she's the one that like tells you everything, like lore-wise, and she's literally the one that still like talks normally, you know? So really, she's just like a escort NPC, you know? I don't know. Hero of Justice excels in both the strength needed to wield a sword and arcane power magic. And sanity doesn't decrease, but in return, sanity-based checks become far more difficult. Warrior, born for battle, rushing to reckless charge without regard for own safety. But the warrior's most crucial strength has already faded. Still, the warrior's hands remain skilled, and when it comes to choosing weapons, perhaps... I don't know, maybe we can use like a tiny knife, you know? And the mage who has lost all magic. Quick and nimble, but in battle the mage is not much of use. Still, the mage can help avoid traps, uncover hidden shortcuts, and use the knowledge to guide our adventure. I mean, that is very useful. Basically like an advisor type role, essentially. I don't know. I'm so torn because, like, the hero makes sense. It's kind of, I feel like it's the canonical choice though. And I'm such a contrarian that I don't want to pick the canonical choice, you know? And of course there's the warrior and the mage. And the mage makes too much sense. Like narrative-wise, like if this was like a story, you would pick the mage, right? Yeah, I don't know. The mage like knows a bunch of stuff. She's smart. And like you want to pick her because when you get out, she'll probably find a way out or find a way to get everyone else out, you know? Most likely. I don't know. Even though she can't use magic or whatever, she's still smart. So her intelligence, her instat, you know, is still very high. She probably like, I don't know, invent things. You know, she could just create things. You know, you don't have to use magic. You just become a dwarf or something. You know, essentially, you can just like use your skills to like be an engineer. I don't know, something like that. Make magical items instead of like actually using magic. Make guns. The warrior. Kind of want to pick the warrior only because I don't know. Like I like the idea of like warriors just in general, like the class warrior. Like I don't know. I generally speaking, I always prefer like if I had to choose between like, you know, magic or whatever, I always choose a character that doesn't have magic, because I don't know, I'm so biased towards like physical, like melee type characters, you know, for some reason. Every RPG, even though technically you don't really do that in this warrior doesn't do that, but it does imply that maybe they can use weapons. I don't know. But at the same time, though, I find their entire story kind of silly, though. You know, like, I feel like if you pick them, there's gonna be like fan service scenes or whatever. Like, look at my panties, hee hee. I don't know. And literally that happened, right? I don't know. I don't like that part because I think it's a juvenile, I guess. I don't know, or not juvenile. I don't know what the word is, but like overplayed. You know, like typical ecchi anime bullshit. It's just like so cliche, I guess. I don't know. I'm picking the mage. I don't know. I'm picking the mage. Like, it makes the most sense to me. I'm picking the mage. She's so tsundere, you know? It's like, oh, we lost all hope, you know? You should pick the hero and not me, you know? I deserve to die or whatever. And you're like, no, I pick you. You're my waifu or whatever, you know? It's like, so, I don't know. It's so, like, it makes the most sense narrative-wise. And also the hero, I don't know, story-wise, the hero, all they say is like yes or no. You know, it's like that. I don't even know if there's gonna be even more story in the first place, but whatever. I'm picking mage. Choose mage. I choose mage. I choose you, Pikachu. You know, if I have more time, you know, depending. I'm assuming you may have more time later. Oh, let me see the game actually. Assuming I have time, maybe you could like replay the game with the other characters too. I'm not sure, but or at least the demo anyway. It's just a demo. All right, I'll choose the mage. You pick me of all people. Yes, I literally pick her specifically for this line. You know, to be like, you know, why did you pick me? You're stupid. You know, you idiot. The mage's gaze seems to look right through me. You heard me, right? I've lost all my magic. Frankly, I'm a burden. I'd advise you to pair up someone else. The mage says it plainly. Still, the hero, the warrior, the priest, none of them can hold a normal conversation. To break out of this brutal trial, wit matters more than brute force. Maybe I just want someone who can talk. Nothing more than that. Logic or feeling? I weighed the two and revisit what the mage just said. The mage can't help much in the fight, but the mage's intelligence would be useful. I can handle the fighting myself. Whether I can live with that choice is something only I can decide. I take the mage. It's funny. There's many points where you can take it back, but I take the mage because you have cute elf ears. You know, that's the real reason. No, I still want to go with you. You'll regret it. I don't waver. Once the choice is made, I never look back. I won't regret this. Not for a second. The mage gives a weary half-smile and exhales. I told you I'd leave the decision to you. Since you decided, my struggling won't change it. Let me explain what I can actually do. I've completely lost my magic, so don't count on me in direct combat. You can imagine how useless a mage without magic is. I don't have to spell that out. Spell, get it? Spell? But losing magic doesn't mean I lost my mind. I've been alive longer than you. I'm experienced in dungeon expeditions. I know what can go wrong and where traps hide. I can advise on strategies and countermeasures in advance. In short, I can't speak today. So it's just so much text. In short, I'm still useful in exploration. You'll be the one to act out on those plans, but having a plan beats stumbling blind. And one more thing. I've forgotten none of the spell work itself. If we can source magic externally, I might be able to cast, though only a few times. You see, you can still do magic. You just need to, like, make magic grenades, you know? That's the situation. Are you sure you want to explore the dungeon with me? you still have a choice to forget. You know what? Never mind. You suck. You know, bye. No. Sure. Then steel yourself. We set out now. Never thought I'd be dragged into something this foolish. Looks like I'm every bit the fool as well. Do we finally get gameplay, by the way? Again, I'm not usually the guy that complains about gameplay. I actually watch other streamers, and they go through like a long story section, and they complain about where's the gameplay, you know, and I complain, like I actually get annoyed by it. Well, I don't know. At this point, I'm like, where's the gameplay though? No, when is the gameplay? We stand shoulder to shoulder at the door. You know, it's a difference in expectation, you know, because when I look at the story page for this game, I see a lot of gameplay, so I assume there's gameplay, not just like story, you know. If it was just a visual novel, then, you know, I would have different expectations. Ahead of us lies the dungeon's black heart. Together we must push against the current and fight our way out of the living grave. We will, no matter what, see the blue sky again. What about those other guys though? There's 3 other guys, you know, it's funny, we just leave those guys, like, oh well, see you later, and they just fucking die. I guess they don't die, they're technically immortal, right? They have the hero's blessing and all that. They just continue to just like suffer, I guess, eternally. Until someone else gets them out, I guess. From the suffocating dark comes a faint creak. I push the door open for a second time, and yet my heart feels no different from the first. Hope. That single word flares within me. As long as you don't smash any jars and make too much noise, the path ahead should be quiet for now. Don't get tense. What if I do want to break some jars? What if I want to dodge roll into the jars? Sometimes they might have items. The mage pats my shoulder as I freeze in fear. Oh, that's what she was doing. I thought she was like hitting us with the freaking stake. Those who locked us up would never have guessed that their victims have been annihilated, and now breaking the dungeon from the inside. The mage narrows the clouded eyes and stares into the dark. Remember what I told you? They know as well. Yeah, something about how they knew the hero's blessing, so they sealed rather than killed. You've got a pretty good memory. Or maybe you only remember by chance. There's something I didn't say before because it seemed irrelevant. Those people are all people we already know. So it's no wonder they know as well. Some were even our former teammates. Former teammates. One was a thief, good at locks and scouting. The thief helped us a lot at first. But I learned lock magic later, so obviously the thief didn't do much after that. You know, I simply replaced them. No, I simply what's the word? I don't know. We simply laid them off because we replaced their job, I guess, with technology. I guess magic, you know. I was cruel enough to tell the thief to find another path and kick the thief out the party. How could you do that? You think I'm heartless? This journey is life or death. We can't carry dead weight. There's no point gambling lives for nothing. Bringing the thief along would have been the real cruelty. Well, I suppose if you're willing to drag along dead weight like me, you probably can't even imagine what it feels like. The mage chuckles and taps the staff. It rings sharp. The mage's words always carry a sting, so I... Again, it's like a freaking visual novel. I don't know, I'll just say, you're not a burden. You're not a burden. I assert straight and loud. All sharp words towards back. The mage only loves magic, that's all. No need to belittle oneself into nothing. Your opinion doesn't matter. You should look at the facts. This is your first adventure, so I don't blame you. When you get a stronger weapon, you stop using the old one. When you reach a new town, you don't go back to the old one. No, maybe sometimes. No, sometimes there's a side quest, you know? The road is always about leaving things behind. If you hang on to something you can't let go of, it'll only get you killed faster. The mage's words, sharp as they are, must come from some past that can't quite, must come from some past that he can't quite leave behind, I guess. I feel like there's missing words. The one who tells me to let go likely clings to the mage's own memories the most. I, in reality, haven't healed her. Who am I, a stranger who barges in to deny the mage's verdict? I won't die young. I won't regret this. No more needs to be said. The mage gives no reply. The mage turns and steps forward as if she has nothing left to add. What's wrong? Didn't you say you protect me? If you bring me along, see you through. Fine. I took the mage because the mage can talk. Communication feels easier. Well, I don't know, I can't read the sentence for some reason. But only find it is hard to handle after all? But I only find it's hard to handle after all? I don't know what the sentence is supposed to be. I force a wry smile and fall into step behind the mage. Finally, gameplay. It's gameplay time. Like actually, like you go to like a thing and then you fight things. Wow, amazing! It only took like 2 hours, I guess. Yeah. I guess we have to pick though. I guess yeah, we're picking a direction to go. We only have one choice though. Enemy! You fight enemy! Oh, she only has 15 HP by the way. Well, do we want to use an iron sword immediately or use soldier's sword? Depends if we want to like save our HP, I guess. I mean, ideally you want to save HP, so 10 damage. Break. Oh, she can do stuff technically, but like she only does like 1 damage. It does break though. It says reduce target's break by 4 agility, and also a potion. 2 potions. Wow. Maga staff? Is that correct? I don't know if that's correct. Maga staff. I mean, it could be. I thought you think it's mage's staff, right? I don't know. Make anime great again. No, 1 damage. Wow, amazing. Ah, still got hit anyway. Time to Durik. That's kind of hard. It goes super fast, you know. In the tutorial, it seems like very simple, but that one's like kind of hard. Like, dude. So the mage is going again, and she could use the same sword actually. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I don't want her to use the sword because like it's not gonna do a lot of damage. Ow. Ah, damn it! It's actually kind of hard. It goes pretty quick. I want to steal the weapon, but like it's hard to steal the weapon when gosh. And you want to steal the weapon though, because otherwise you don't get enough cards. Anyway, a shadow silently blocks the path ahead. Its form resembles something born of mankind's deepest fears. The scythe in his hand gleams a vivid blood-red sheen, even within the darkness. Okay. It's an event, okay. So we can choose to either spend one of our curses, which is currency, or we've literally flipped the coin. And then we do a sanity check. Yes. What does sanity like? Oh, I guess we'll see. Dead or alive? Whee! And stop. You can spend the curse to resist, or just accept it. I am lost within the illusion. Simply stare quietly at the palm of my own hand. Do I truly exist here? Dark red insects will devour me bit by bit, starting from the palm of my hand. The body slowly sinks into it. All sounds gradually fade into the distance before vanishing completely. Get together, hey! Within the drowsy darkness, those concerned voices keep echoing, never fading away. I clench my hands again and again, and after several attempts, the illusions begin to slowly withdraw from my body. The sickening sensation of crushed entrails and mangled flesh churns between my teeth. The breath I exhale is bitterly cold. It's all an illusion. Such a thing can't possibly exist. Okay, well that was just kind of weird. We lose sanity and like we got some kind of weird filter on our screen. Again, I was gonna say as well, this whole like idea of like a demon king, you know, like the whole trope, I guess, of like a JRPG. It also seems to be the case where this setting is like where being an adventurer is very deadly, right? Just like how like the mage said, like we kicked the thief out of the party because we didn't want to bring them along because it's like a dangerous thing, right? Because you're thinking normally in typical JRPG games, it's like, you know, it's a little boy that goes on an adventure and beats the bad guys, you know, and the hero always wins, you know, that kind of thing, where it's like very family friendly, essentially. But again, it's like a subversion where like actually it's super dangerous and people die all the time, you know? Which is interesting too. I like that idea too. I kind of do wish that was expanded more actually. Or at least like, I don't know. I wish it was a game like specifically focused on that, I guess. Where it would be like this whole thing where like there is a demon king and then, you know, you need to save the world and, you know, there's like a hero's party and like it's not just a heroes party, rather it's like it's like a whole thing where like people can sign up to be a hero, right? And then they go fight the thing, they go to dungeons and all that. But then actually, the likelihood of surviving is very low, and a lot of people die. You know, essentially, so it'd be a cool idea where like it's like a typical JRPG world, but there have been many adventures before you, and then you know, and a lot of like people again. Go on these adventures and they don't make it out alive, right? And so the other ones that do survive are like hardened veterans, you know, it's like freaking war or something, you know, they have PTSD, you know, and stuff like that. I don't know, just an interesting idea. I feel like that. I feel like there is like reference to, but not really like, not the main focus, you know? So I like that kind of, I imagine that kind of setting would be interesting. I mean, literally Goblin Slayer, essentially, though that's just, I don't know, it's the only story that focuses on that a little bit, but like, you know, Goblin Slayer has a very similar setting, right? Like there's like heroes, there's adventurers and all that, but as it turns out, the success rate, you know, it's not exactly high. Rods. So she did mention that even though she can't use magic herself, you can still use magical items, right? So it can be useful with that. Scythe, Thunder Rod. Paralysis on the enemy. Attack enemies in the state grants more extra attacks, uses each turn, or just normal magic rod. Or uses. And this one does more damage. So like, this one's just better. Like, you know, the game doesn't really explain how the card system works, though. Like, do we just shuffle every turn, right? Or how does that work? Because you want the mage to use the rod, right? Not just the soldier. I guess the soldier can use it too. So the soldier actually has 8 magic, you know, so it doesn't matter. I don't know how that works. Anyway. Kobold. Uh-oh. What's that? Grants block. Right. Good for you. Oh yeah? Well, I use the attack. I don't know, it happens so quick. I can't react. Oh, but she can't. Okay, never mind. She has 0 magic, so she can't even use the Thunder Rod anyway. I thought she could. Never mind. I feel like we need to heal. Fix block. Great. I can use the Thunder Rod here, though. But the soldier can still use the Thunder Rod. Bam. 11 damage. Ow. I want to use this. You need to hit the thing though. You need to hit the red. I hit it too soon. I keep hitting it too soon. I don't know why. I'm so tempted to hit it. Like I keep hitting it wrong. Okay. There you go. Got it. You gotta hit it right exactly in the middle. It happens so quick, like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tail whip can attack 3 times. Also, I don't like this filter. Not that like I personally mind it, like looking at it, but rather it increases the bitrate, you know, on the video file when I record it, or when I am recording it, and therefore increases the video size, which is annoying. Alright, so next is more enemies. So you have to look at the chart here, so it's kind of weird. I wish you could just pick from here, but pick that enemy, you go here, and then there's a random event. You go here, and there's just another enemy. Or you go here, and there's like an exclamation mark. I don't know what that means, though. Like a bad or a good thing, I don't know. I imagine the question mark was the little wheel thing again, so I wonder if that's a good idea. Goblin. You know, I did get the paralysis thing, but like extra attacks reset each turn. What was saying? Grants attacks? I don't know how that works exactly. Break. Sure, tail whip. Attack missed? I don't know how that works. Would I have to click it like multiple times or something? Oh, I can't use my stealing thing. Too many cards in my hand. Oh, did I like click it multiple times? That's kind of weird, actually. Again, it goes super quick, so I'm pressing the button correctly. Oh, you can go like several ones, okay. A sickly sweet fragrance. Enemy. A lone chess. I wonder if it was a boss fight or something. I'm gonna go random event. I have 10 HP left. I'm gonna die soon if you like. Warm meals, soft bedding, all those little things that have long since vanished from this world. Dancing figures and inhabitants within reach are beckoning to me. Enter the room. Let me just lose a little sanity. Oh, never mind. I passed through that overflow of happiness without looking back. This kind of trap is more terrifying than any mechanism. Compared to harsh, bitter despair, it's the warm, sweet happiness that more easily makes one stop in their tracks and sink deep into it. I tighten my grip on my weapon, and there's still a path I must walk. It's a trap. I'm sure of it. Note this. I won't go over there. Let's go. Looks like our adventure continues. Okay. Well, I just gotta get some XP, I guess. Oh, I can finally rest. Good. Can upgrade. Can we do both, though? I don't know if we can do both. I do want to increase my HP, though. My HP is really low, so... Unfortunately, we do have to rest. HP restored. Not enough, I feel like. Zombie. Living corpse, known for its high durability and attack power, but in turn, the moves are extremely slow. Rare chance to deliver a full forward strike to its vital spot. You know how to deal with the living corpse. Attacking blindly will only waste stamina. We need to aim for a single fatal strike. Hero. Help me create a chance to his vital spot. Hero? That's the wrong hero. I think that's a typo. I don't know. I feel like we need a heal. Even though it uses up the card and everything. 22? Oh my god. Okay, break. Ah. Well, okay, that's fine. It worked. I got Stiletto. I didn't hit it exactly in the middle, though. As they walked, one of the cobblestones suddenly sank with an ominous sound. Before I could realize what was happening and cry out, I heard a metallic sound behind me. I'm sorry, mage. I turned around and stepped in and grabbed the cold iron bars. No matter how much I push or pull, the cold iron won't budge. Divided, the mage has no power to fight. Now my body's cold. Or now my body's cold. I think the translation is supposed to be my body goes cold, you know, because it's like, oh no, you know. It's fine. Calm down. You're lucky it was an instant death trap, right? That may be true, but the sound is drawing monsters closer. The footsteps continue to echo, urging my heart to quicken. Traps like these also has, or a trap like this also has a mechanism to open it somewhere on your side. It would be a problem if our members were accidentally separated and couldn't be reunited. Disregarding the advice, they let go of the bars and begin to look around. We must hurry. I don't mind, but what if the mage is attacked by a monster? Please hurry up if possible. Even though I'm used to dying, it still hurts. Okay, there's freaking goblins right behind her. Or is it boom, boom, bum, boom, boom, bum? What's that song? We will rock you. Right? I don't know. The footsteps stop. It turned into a dull right away, irregular rumble. The mage is being punched without making a noise. Several goblins who are sensitive to sound swarm around him. What? Again, the pronouns are incorrect. The mage is definitely her. Before they lost their powers, the mage could have defeated the opponent with just a touch of a finger. Too scared to turn around, I just desperately searched around without caring about hurting my hands. My fingers get cut when they touch something sharp, and a creepy bug runs across my fingertips. But it didn't matter. I had to disarm this trap as soon as possible and go and rescue the mage. This is just luck. Even though I knew that, I was feeling anxious and couldn't help but worry. Boom, boom, bam. I looked at the wall. I clinged to the wall and searched desperately. Stains caused by blood and small indentations made over time. All of them may seem like the correct answer, but in reality they're all probably wrong. They push the device has found with all their might? That's what? What was that? I don't understand this. I don't know. I was too scared to turn around behind and ran as quickly as possible. Mage! Ah! The sword was swung as if being torn apart and frightened by the angry shouts. The goblins quickly scattered into the labyrinth. Oh, okay. I guess we were swinging our sword. All that left behind was the mage. Okay. Well, it's strange because I don't know the sentence, but I guess it's like... I guess I push the device. I push them all, and then the thing opens, I guess, I'm assuming. All that was left behind was the mage, lying on the cold stone with painful marks all over their body. I'm sorry, it's because of me. As I try to help her up, I keep my eyes closed. I should have protected them properly, but the regret of failing to do so burned in my heart. Don't worry about it. This is what it means to have a burden on your back. You brought me out here knowing this could happen, didn't you? Or maybe I was being naive. I could turn back now and bring along someone more useful. What is it? Got it. I don't know. I say I'll definitely protect you next time. Huh. When you say you'll protect me, don't you think I'm just a burden? I'm not some pretty princess who walks behind you so you can look cool. I told you, I can give you advice in the labyrinth. While you were running around, you could have found the device you were looking for. If you just protect me from now on, it'll eventually collapse. Again, that sentence doesn't make sense. You're not some special being who save everything. If you're going to carry around a useless stick and call it a walking stick, at least use it well. Sometimes you let them die. Sometimes you use them as a shield. But if you're not prepared to use them to the fullest, it's best not to carry around a useless person. Don't dream too much. Ideals and emotions alone can't lead to adventure. Lead to adventure? Again, that's a weird translation. A very stinging warning. Words like cold water that overturn dreams of protection. The water that splashed around or over my head might just what I... The water that just splashed over my head might have been just what I needed to kick off the adventure. After the conversation, I stared into the darkness again. Our journey together has just begun. There will be many regrets ahead. Still, I decided to walk the mage. So without any hesitation, I just keep moving forward. Hey. Once more. There's multiple enemies? I don't want to fight multiple enemies, though. I don't want to fight multiple enemies. Because either way is bad, though, I guess. Kobold appears. I use... can attack 2 times. And sword, thunder rod. I guess you choose who to... I don't know, actually it's both. I didn't know... Oh, I didn't know it was AoE. Okay. Ah! What? It goes so fast, I don't know. Goblin defeated. Ah! It goes so fast! I'm wasting time trying to get this. Oh my god! Ah, I hate it. Really? I think I still got it, right? Okay. It's weird because I guess some weapons do attack multiple times. I was like, oh, I hit it once, but actually they hit it like multiple times. I was like, I always forget. It's a weird mechanic. Maybe I need to rest again. Unless there's a potion in that chest, I'm not sure. Oh, I know it's a creature. Before we fight, can we talk? I hope you let me go. The monster holds something out. Sure, why not? What's the worst that can happen? Failure. Except. No, apparently this is a trap. This must be a trap. It's a trap, I'm sure of it. Note this, I won't go over there. Seeing our obvious wariness, the monster shuffles backward into the shadows. Oh, interesting. So even though we failed... I don't know, even though we failed, the mage still, like, protects us, I guess? I'm not sure if that's how that works. I feel like I need to increase our HP again. Even though in roguelikes, trying to restore HP usually is a waste. Because you're not scaling, you know? You need to scale. If you're not scaling, then you're not winning. Kobold appears. Hell whip. Try this again. Oh, I got some. Okay, I got it. Again, the cursor goes so fast. I feel like it's almost luck whether I actually get it or not. That's a bad idea. Maybe I should have done that. He does no damage, so. Ah. I still hit them, but still. Just die. Just go away. Battle is over. Mystery door again. More enemies. I don't know if I want to fight like 3 bats. You know, Zubats? You know, in the fucking Pokemon cave in the first game? They're always so annoying. I don't want to fight bats. Okay, I'm curious. What is this? I don't know what the exclamation mark is, so I just want to see what it is. It seems dangerous, so you think exclamation mark, you think it's a bad thing, but let's see. The light of the torch in hand reflected on the ground before my eyes. It's water. The passage's head is completely submerged. The rippling surface is ink black, bottomless. Oh, interesting. Maybe we can freaking die. Sure, why not? It will probably succeed, right? Look at the success. It's so big, yeah. Don't worry about it. Diving in unprepared, recklessness leads to death. If I want to cross, I need preparation. Craft a raft, find a crossing scroll, or stick to shallow spots. With that, I safely make it through the dark waters. XP! Wow. Now, let's fight the zombie. I didn't mean to. I clicked way too soon. Gain HP. Grants resurrection. Restore HP at end of turn. Okay, good for you. Missed. It's hard to get that last bit of thing. I'm gonna die. Right. Oh, I should have swapped. Oh, dead. You were defeated. In the silence that had come to an end, the sound of footsteps echoed one step at a time. The shadow that appeared beside the corpse whispered dramatically, "Oh, soldier, what a foolish thing to die." The shadow looking down mocks the cold skeleton. However, it was a wrong choice to begin with, so this is the natural punishment. You need my help, don't you? Now take my hand, let's start this adventure all over again. None other than with me, with great power. Now say, Daga kotowaru. Even in this dire straits, the hand of the great power still does not intervene. Well, that's fine then. I'll wait for the time when you take my hand. I'll wait forever. For you. Yes, forever. Okay. There's obviously an option to, you know, go over the priest, I guess. I don't want to do that. Stat allocation. Can I don't really have anything. I can like have less HP, I guess. More strength, you know? More agility. What would like decrease the cursor speed? That's what I want, because the cursor speed is going way too fast. What I want is the cursor speed to not go as fast, you know? Dexterity, maybe? I'm not sure. Convert stuff. Well, I like to keep... I don't even know how to great sword. I'll keep... sure, great sword. Oh, I didn't do actually. I got great sword. I retry. I'll get some XP. Do we have that much XP before? I don't know. And thus we restart again. Is it from the very, very beginning, or is it's just like from that last checkpoint? I'm not sure. Let's try the zombie again. I swear, like, if you get the thing from the zombie, then I imagine you can get that sword on its head, you know, and probably it's a lot of stuff, right? Oh, did I get it? I got it. Give me that. Oh, okay. Oh, it's just this. Okay. I must have gotten that before, actually. I didn't realize. Question marks. Whoosh. The whistling of the wind breaks the silence, and a metallic clang at my feet, a cold arrow is land. What follows is a whistling of wind breaking through the air, wave after wave. And the blink of an eye has transformed to a sky-filling rain of arrows. Oh, like 100% success for some reason. I guess I have too much agility. I weave lightly through the rain of arrows. I simply dodge. If these arrows have been shot by a master archer, they would surely strike true. But whoever loosed them clearly didn't possess that skill. The sharp whistling of the wind is nothing more than empty passages through the air. Cutting down the sword, dodge sideways, and slip through the gaps. Soon, the rain of arrows is left far behind. You just do that easily, by the way. For some reason in anime, you know, characters can just deflect bullets, you know, and arrows as if it's the easiest thing to do in the world. But in reality, you know, it's like, you can't really react that quick, you know, especially a bullet. Like, incredibly hard to, like, react to, because it's literally faster than your actual biological human brain's reaction time. Let's upgrade. Increase cursor range. Oh, okay, this is just a random, like, upgrade. Block? Attack effect? Let's increase cursor range. Oh, for this. Oh, you have to choose. I thought it was, like, just in general, you know? But I guess it's, like, for a specific thing. Great sword. This one. Wow. More enemies? Oh, let's try out the bats. I just want to see, because we never actually fought them before. I always just avoided them, so. Break. And you break that one. I guess, yeah. To pick the enemy that you're going to fight, I guess, or going to attack, you have to actually choose from the cursor. Let's dodge. What is that? Dodge attacks with power up to 11. The value is halved after each attack, whether it hits or misses. That's annoying. Oh, I didn't do anything because I just missed. Okay, well that's really annoying actually. They just dodge everything. Oh my god. Hitting the Drek or whatever, which is stupid. I feel like it's a typo, but I feel like it's like really hard actually. Oh, I'm dead already. Oh, freaking bats. You are dead. I can't convert anything, actually. Try again. Okay, well, I just want to avoid the bats now, because the bats suck. I just skip a turn. You know, like, it's funny, her, like, Mage's Staff decreases break gauge, right? Which would be useful if not for the fact that most of these break gauges are kind of tiny anyway. And so I end up, like, breaking their break gauge already at this point. What does it matter? Ow. Oh, come on. Oh, okay, I got it. It's so hard, though. Getting those weapon seizures are so important because you don't want to run out. Maybe a treasure chest. We'll totally succeed, right? There's no way we totally fail. There you go. I know what needs to be done, but actually doing it is such a hassle. I carefully disarm the traps on the chest and claim its contents. The thought of failing and setting off those horrifying mechanisms sends a chill down my spine. The more dangerous it seems, the more tempting the chest becomes. Okay, so we got a Tower Staff, Stiletto, or Guardian Staff. Automatically activates at the start of the turn. Grants you a 15 shield. Interesting. Sure, I'll grab that. Save on some HP, I guess. You know what, I'm going for a chest again. Hook rope. Cursor snaps to the stealable weapon's progress bar. Interesting. Well, that just makes it really easy to, like, just steal stuff. I feel like that's a good idea. Fight you again. Zombie! It's nice because a zombie doesn't really attack on the first turn, you know? Hook rope. Does not... Oh, it didn't work for her. Maybe she can't steal weapons? Is that how that works? I'm not sure how that works. Cursor snaps with the stealable weapon's progress bar. Huh. I don't know. That's not how that works, I guess. I thought it was just automatic steal. Never mind. I want to do the steal thing, but I can't. Oh well. I'll just do a normal attack, I guess. Maybe there's a limit, you know, because eventually the card doesn't appear anymore. Again, I don't know how it works exactly. Like, the cards get shuffled, or they don't? I don't know. Ahead in the passage stands a row of unsettling stone statues. Their cold, watchful gazes are so lifelike that they almost seem ready to swivel, tracking our every movement. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Again, I was thinking like what the exclamation mark events do exactly. It's just a deadlier trap. You know, that's all it is. With a mighty roar, I slam my iron fist into a statue. Ouch, can't break it. Foolish, my fist can't shatter solid stone, but the pain keeps me alert, and these are just ordinary statues. Their eyes are nothing but stone. A stone body won't move on its own. I grip my teeth and push forward. I just lose some HP. All that happens. Zombie! Beep. Auto Stiletto! And, I don't know. I guess use this sword. I should really just use weapons more often. Even if it just breaks the weapon, you want to do that. Okay, so now can I... can seize an enemy's item. Cursor snaps to the stealable weapon's progress bar. That's what I don't know what that means. No, I'm trying this again. There you go. I see getting the stiletto, you know? That's all they have. You know, it looks bigger than a stiletto. A stiletto, in my mind, is a dagger, right? Isn't it a smaller weapon? But the one on his head looks way bigger. Alone chest, treasure chest, inspect. Inspect the chest. Open it up. Success. It is. More stuff. Cannot seize weapons, cannot crit. Cannot seize weapons, cannot crit. You know, this one doesn't say it cannot seize, or yeah, this one doesn't say that cannot seize weapons or cannot crit, but like, you know, it doesn't though. It doesn't actually seize weapons. Whatever, I'll just get more stilettos, I guess. I guess we'll rest. Get our HP back. Because there's gonna be a boss. It's a big spider. Big spider. 16 attack and grants poison. That's not good. Take this, stiletto. Bum, bum. Okay. That's not good. Staff attack. Yeah. Ow. And poison. Uh-oh. You know what? Destroy. Rush? Do you rush? Do as much damage as we can. Maybe it's better just to attack. I was using the staff because I was like, oh, to decrease the break gauge, but maybe it doesn't matter. Break. I'm tempted to like do the whole stealing thing again, but like, I don't know what's gonna be useful. Because I'm gonna miss. I'm just gonna die. I might die anyway. 16. Ah, damn it. I really wanted it though. I'm just gonna heal again. I really want the weapon, whatever it is. I don't know what the weapon would be. Some kind of spider leg or something. I don't know. Missed again. Ah, way too soon. Whatever. Again, nothing though. Battle's over. I think there should be a settlement. What the hell? Out of nowhere. I make a suggestion to the mage. It was something I've been thinking about for a while. I made my way through the labyrinth. If what the mage said is true, then the motive behind the attack on the hero's party, including the outcast, was hatred towards the party. I don't know if I'm saying this out loud. Also, we mean the outcast. Who? And at least when it comes to the outcast, there's been a lack of conversation, or rather, explanation. Oh, I guess the thief is what they mean. To put it simply, it's a misunderstanding, isn't it? When the mage heard the story, they tilted her head as if she didn't understand. Where's my screenshot button? I don't know. I feel like at this point they probably won't fix it, but like, it's like they keep using the wrong pronouns. I don't think it was a misunderstanding. I did ask you to leave the party. Or did ask me? Who? Useless. No longer needed. No longer wanted in the party. But that was to keep me from getting dragged to any more dangerous adventures, right? Well, the one we banished, even the blessing of mortality, he seems he couldn't endure repeated death. As if torn apart by each head of the Hydra, they were eaten. After we rescued him from the stomach, he was extremely exhausted. And no one can stand that. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Dying once is bad enough, but dying over and over? Absolutely not. If I continue to experience things like that, there might come a moment when I truly don't want to be part of this party anymore. But still, there's a difference between saying it myself and having someone else tell me. Besides, the mage seems to be a bit tight-tongued, or rather, there's a tendency to deliberately not put into words things that are obvious if you think about it. If you think about it, it makes sense, but what's even worse is that it's based on the mage's standards. But Rai smiled and decided to continue the conversation. Then, if I can properly convey the mage's intentions, I feel like I can make amends to everyone who attacked the hero's party. At this point, we don't know what the motives of the other people are. You're saying such nice things again, it would be easy to just knock them all down and move on. Well, if I were the hero, a party of heroes might have done that. For the sake of my goal, we'll cut down all those standing in my way and move forward. No matter how many times I fall, no matter how many enemies I kill, I don't care. even if that person has a story of their own, like a hero story. It probably has nothing to do with the main purpose of fulfilling some special mission or anything like that. I and the others have no idea what the other person is thinking as they stand there. Perhaps after the world has achieved peace, we may come to know the full story through the tales told by others. It must be because those called heroes are always the ones who carve out the victor's history. Having been defined as something special, they charge straight into walls of overwhelming force, crushing them underfoot and surging over them. No matter how nice things you say, the value of a special person's life is different from that of someone who isn't special. The one whose death would mean the world's end, and they weigh the enemy whose death world would just... What? And they weigh the enemy whose death means just end. What? You couldn't possibly say that all lives are equal, could you? It was a necessary sacrifice for a greater purpose. That's what it will be said afterward. Or afterward? That's what it will be said afterward. But today's me and the others are definitely not like that. Killing each other would be the last resort, shouldn't it? I don't want to fight a battle where if we lose, one of us will die. One is like... I don't know. For one, there's like some weird like lines and, I feel like mistranslated. But also like... I feel like these are cliche anime lines. I feel like I swear these lines were in like a different anime. Now my life is one of those of equal lives, huh? The mage stopped for a moment, and then spoke as if they had come to a conclusion. So basically, there are two things you want to say, right? One is the rational argument that since we lack combat strength to begin with, we should use every word we can to avoid danger. Another reason is you are in a sense equal to them, not like us. You empathize and sympathize with them, so you don't want to kill them if possible. It's an emotional thing. Which one is more important to you? It is... Yeah, it's the emotional part. I see. At least it's a perspective I didn't have before. Facing an enemy we must defeat, it's rare to feel more affection for them than they deserve. When the hero told me to cast a spell, I never hesitated and couldn't cast it. They shrugged with a slightly exasperated look on their face, but then sighed as if she understood. It seemed her point has been made, and I breathed a sigh of relief that had been dismissed as nonsense. Frankly, the whole idea that the intent wasn't properly conveyed is pretty dubious. I don't think the outcast is that stupid, though. If you think about it for a moment, you'll realize that your abilities aren't quite right for the party. Humans are a lot dumber than you think, and most things won't be conveyed unless you put them to words. I don't know anyway. As I fall on their feet, which have been stopped, started walking again. Looks like we got a plan to just talk things through whenever we can. I use the Undertale pacifist route, except for the goblins, the zombies, and the spiders, and the bats. We kill them though. They don't matter. That's probably a path through the labyrinth that only a mage and I could take. Doo-doo-doo. Weird skeleton guy. Ghost guy. Like a skeleton. With a sword. I want to steal the sword, even though I probably will miss and not get the sword. Hook rope. Even though I don't know if it does anything. Ow. I'm dead. I instantly die. You have died. You are all dead. Can I do that? I don't know. Refer curse. So like any weapons we've gotten in the past, I guess? How that works? I'd like to get this if possible. And then... Oh no, do we lose the curse when we start a new run? I don't know how that works. I feel like, should we spend it all? Or should we just save it? Seems like we still have it though. Oh no, well, no we do... Oh, okay, it's better to use up your curses. There's no reason to keep it. Skeleton. Rematch. It's funny, it's like a roguelike sort of, but like you only reset the stage, you don't reset the whole game. I don't know. Like really just a reset. It really is just like you reload or something, you reload checkpoint. But not even that, you actually like become stronger anyway, so I don't know how that works. Anyway. So the weird like paralysis is like it grants +2 extra attacks, but like you don't actually attack multiple times though. It's so weird. The translation is like doesn't make sense. Like you don't get to really attack more than once though, unlike the other weapons where you do. Swap formation. Oh, I can't swap now. You gotta swap later. Let's try again. There you go. Got it. It's so difficult though. Oh, I just got a sword. It's a normal sword. Normal ass iron sword. That's it. Freaking dragon at the end there. Flicker of light dances. It drifts left and right as if guiding me. What new secrets await if I chase after it? Sure, let's chase after it. Why not? This is a success. The light seems to lead me here. Could what's here be useful in this dark adventure or utterly useless? What exactly was that light? A trick of my adventurous instincts? A real guiding spirit? A fairy perhaps, that goes, listen! Hey, listen! Shield? Magic rod or lifeless sword? Reduces HP by 12, divided by 6 when used. Can attack 3 times. And destroyed, absorb the damage. Sure, why not? Seems like high risk, high reward kind of thing. You know what? I want to upgrade. Feel like we're full health, full up on weapons, increase the attack effect. We can't really reroll anyway. Sure. More damage. Give this one more damage. Let's fight you, because I haven't fought you before, and I just want to see what happens. All enemies. Interesting. Thunder Rod. Iron Sword. Ow. Let's see. Oh, I can't even use the steel thing anyway. Oh. Let's use normal sword. I thought I missed. Good thing I did not. Okay. Let's go again. Fight the ghost again. Why not? Yeah. Iron sword. Break. Ow. Freaking mage is gonna die. Though the mage dying is actually not a big deal. I think if the the mage gets knocked down, the run continues. I'm pretty sure. That's what the tutorial said anyway. Despite having the different weapons and everything, you don't actually use the weapon though, at least in animation, which I find is a bit of a shame. An evil god glares down from above. Sure, why not? A figure carved from stone reaches out hands, thirsting for blood. Sure, here you go. I slash my wrist, offering blood. It's a normal thing to do. Fear, pain, and a reality I refuse to accept, and an inexplicable heaviness pressing deep in the chest. That indescribable presence slowly being absorbed, turning into crimson blood. I know it's an evil ritual. As the statue continuously absorbs the blood, my heart gradually feels a strange sense of peace. Perhaps this is the true blessing of the evil god. Got 3 XP. That's all? That's not useful. I guess we should heal. Heal up. We must now fight a demon. The Wandering Gloss. Nani? Nani sore? Attack 3 times, eh? Whoa! That's so hard to hit, actually. It's so small. Sure, just do a normal attack. What? They block the attack? You can do that? You can't do that, that's cheating. I'm gonna do the lifeless sword again. Ah. At least it did something. Okay, well, I need a heal. What's it doing? It's gonna block again. Dodge attacks when power up to 12. This one stack. Plus 2 attack. 31. 31. I don't know. I just spammed. I got the sword though. Black Iron Sword. Huh. 22. Grants block. Interesting. Also sword spell wrong, by the way. Chunsu. Chun's time. I don't know if she needs to do that. Oh, got like, oh, our HP went all the way back up. I think so. Oh yeah, because of the lifeless sword. That's why. Let's just do a normal attack. You know, I want the soldier to do the actual like full attack. You know, do the most damage. What? I missed! I missed! What do you mean I missed? You go, what? It's like chance time, you know? When I do like double damage, but like... Of course I missed. Kidding me? Fine, I'll just use your own weapon against you. I gain block. I'm on fire. The mage is on fire. That's not good. Whatever. Again, it doesn't matter. I think her going down doesn't matter too much. Bleh. Mage was defeated, but that's fine. We keep going. I used the power of thunder. Ooh. Okay, I'm still alive though. I can use Drake again, but that doesn't do anything I feel like at this point. Or I can potion myself. 21. I think I need to, right? I need to drink my Estus. Oh, it's gonna save me though, because next turn I'm gonna die. Oh no, it's gonna like power up. I'm gonna take 8 damage, but that's not too bad. I missed again! Oh my god. Okay. I was about to win, I feel like, but never mind, I guess. Ah. I feel like I almost could have won there. I didn't miss. The goddamn, like, in other games, you know, I'm just like a Mario RPG or whatever, like, those little mini games where you do... like you do an attack and everything are like not that hard, but this one is so hard, like it's so easy to miss, I feel like. Anyway, I want that. I can't afford that yet. Whatever, I'll just get this one. This one's always useful. It's just, you save on, like, HP, basically. Let's try again. You know, in a way, the game is, like, kind of easy. I don't know, unless it was a different mode or something, but, like... When you die, you just reset the level. You don't reset the whole game. In most roguelikes, that's what... If anything, especially when roguelikes first became a thing, people didn't like that, right? The idea of permadeath, or like semi-permadeath, where you have to restart the whole game all over again. Because typically, in like a normal RPG, resetting the entire game again feels like a whole task, right? It's as if you imagine like Pokemon, you have to reset from the very beginning. You gotta get your like freaking Charmander or whatever. Or, well, I think initially, I think I picked Bulbasaur. You know, Bulbasaur. No, Squirtle. No, I picked Squirtle initially. That was my first Pokemon. Anyway, like you go from all the way from the back to Pallet Town, you know, you lose to the Elite Four in the beginning of your adventure all over again, you know, essentially, right? But the whole point of roguelike games is that it doesn't take too long to reset the whole thing. You know, it's supposed to be like every time you come back, you know, you learn new things, you get new items and stuff like that. Anyway. But this game, you know, it's, I don't know, I feel like it's not really a roguelike because you don't reset the entire game, you just go back to the checkpoint, but you keep your levels, you know? If anything, it's kind of an easy mode, you know? Kind of like an easy mode in any other game, I feel like. But like really easy to just come back and just win again because you just get stronger. There you go. I got a broken dish. Okay, this idealized user account is consumed each successful hit. And attack 4 times. I don't know. This system where like you have to steal weapons is interesting, but like it's kind of strange though because you don't get items otherwise. Or at least not easily anyway. I guess from chests though, but what's it say? Like you don't really build a deck, you know. Like there's no like strategy, I guess. You don't like build like a whole deck thing, you know? It's not a deck builder, I'm not sure. Anyways, a bunch of flames, bloom like radiant crimson lotuses, and through the roaring fires devouring each corner, why does the iron gate seem remain completely unscathed? The sight can't help but stir such a question within me. I use my sanity. The gate doesn't catch fire. Even with the blaze raging so fiercely, not a single wisp of smoke rises from it. The doorknob feels icy cold even amidst such fierce flames. The fire, the heat, the glaring light, it's all an illusion. Even though my mind knows it, my legs remain rooted to the spot. I can only keep urging myself on, forcing one foot in front of the other. If my mind's to surrender to the scene before me, my body will surely burst into flames. Okay, well, it was just an illusion. This is a hologram, I guess. It's below 14. Light does a lot of damage, though. I'll grab that. And then I fight skeleton guy. Why not? Okay. Again, I miss so much. I attack with my iron sword. Like that. And then, I attack with my iron sword again. Take that. I wish I could seize the weapon with the mage. You can't really do that, so... I don't know. Do. Shriek. I don't know what Shriek is. The animation though, when she does it, seems to be like a kind of a kick. So maybe it's meant to be like a kick, you know? It's like a... it's supposed to say kick, not dreek. You know? The figure hangs in the cell-like room, disbelief halts my steps. Another survivor, impossible. Sure, why not? Even if it's just a trap, I can't ignore it. Better risk it than have guilt later. I rush forward and free him. No thanks. Just a dark silhouette lunges at me. Okay, it's just a zombie. It's just a zombie. It's a goddamn zombie. I don't want to waste my cards yet. Even though it doesn't matter, but... I can't use the thing, the seize... Oh! I missed. Oh, okay, so to get the seize... To seize with a card... Right. Okay, the seize with a card... That's how that works, right. Because I forgot in the tutorial, that's what they said, but... I don't know, I didn't remember. To seize with a card, other than using the direct card or whatever, you know, whatever, you can do that if you consume the card at the same time, I guess. And if you do that, then you're able to, you know... Then you're able to do that, I guess. Will I use the potion? I don't know. I don't use the black iron sword, but I guess I will. Just so they don't attack. I'll save the HP. You know, I don't know. Does it really help that much? Like, the mage, you know? She is kind of a dead weight, actually. Like, I kind of don't want her using up my turns. Whatever, I'll just fight this guy again. Hello, guy. Time to fight you again. Alright. Oh. Block my attack, block my attack, block my attack. Not too bad. Finally got through. I throw a bunch of dishes at you. Until it works. This one's hard because he doesn't have 14 strength. Just do a normal one. Just do this. Break. Ow. Okay, so we can do this, which I guess, yeah, it's our foot. So it's supposed to say kick, I feel like, you know? Kick or whatever. Let's do scythe. And you will do potion. Alright. Ready one. What's this do? It grants block. Dodge the power up to, and then loses one stack. But it's not that useful though, because it only goes up to that. It says block, by the way, but it's not the same thing as like shield block. It's more so like a dodge. I wanna steal the weapon. It's risky. Got it. Give me that. Give me your goddamn sword. You fool. You... I guess he'll just attack. Whoop. Do as much damage as we can. That's 52 damage. Keep attacking. Build up that stack. Oop. I mean, she's gonna die anyway, though, but oh well. Should I bother saving her, or should I bother... Whatever, I'm just gonna give it to the soldier. Soldier needs to live. Mage sacrifices herself. Oh, she's actually still alive. 31. I was wondering, like, if I destroy this, I don't know if it matters. It would, effect becomes times 2, so like 20. That's still not enough, though. Like, block the damage? Do I need it to block the damage? I guess I don't need it. Not yet, anyway. Another break. Ow. And then she dies. She just burns. Ow, 35 damage. Alright. 50 damage. I mean, this is enough to kill. As long as I don't miss. Okay. Now they freaking die. Boom. Okay. Not an animation, by the way, of them dying. They're just like, poop, gone. Like, PNG. Just delete. After defeating a powerful enemy, we take another short break. A slow journey alongside the magicless eccentric mage. More challenges surely await us. Even so, this adventure must be completed. To protect the hero's party and return them safely to the surface, hundreds of lives lost entrusted this mission to me. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me so seriously? Are you thinking maybe you shouldn't have brought someone like me along? You're probably thinking that, right? I never thought that. Instead, I hope to get along a little better with the mage. Keep going. Oh, there's who's that guy? Actually, I think I saw him in the store page. Actually, oh, we have no HP left. So starting here, you know, is not that great. The lead of choosing this path is already clear beyond any needful words. I keep moving forward. Every breath feels like my throat is being corroded by fire. Agonized groans mixed with heavy labored gasps. My throat rasping out of a hoarse huh. The mage narrows the eyes in pain, yet still holds on. Seeing her like that, I steel myself not to falter and take a step forward. A journey of just a few dozen steps feels as long as 1,000 miles. Breaking through the thick smoke and breathing in the clear air, the reality of having escaped death truly sinks in. All that for 4 XP, by the way. I think we lost some HP for that. That's not great. Flicker of light guiding me. What new secrets? I get secret! She has like 22 agility, by the way. I guess, yeah, when there's a highlight, I guess it uses the stats of the highest, you know, the character of the highest stats, and she has like 22 agility. Break Rod, Stiletto, or Scythe? I will choose Stiletto. More reliable, I feel like. We can find the spider again. Seems like a bad idea, let's do it. I feel like either way we might die anyway, so. I blocked the attack, haha, but I still got poison damage. I blocked the attack. Let's see. I can do this. Okay, oh, now I understand. So when carrying fewer than 2 plus dex divide by 10. When carrying fewer than 4 items, essentially. It's confusing when they add the formula right after the number, but I guess you just look at the number. And it depends on your stats, essentially. So you can only use this when you have fewer items, okay? Because I thought it was like a thing where, like, again, like a deck builder. But really, it's just, you just have the cards that you have. You don't really shuffle or, like, draw cards or anything like that. You just have them. So you only have this card if you have less items. And really, it's just an emergency thing. Or maybe not emergency, but like it's a thing you can use. And then we do this, yeah, you see like icon, again, it's a little confusing. And this spell wrong, Soid. But this has like a like icon there, which means you can use this to like steal a weapon. Interesting. You know what, let's do it. There you go. Give me that. Poison Fang. If you're really good with the kick, I guess, it's supposed to be kick, I feel like. If you're good with the kick, I guess, you can like save on breaking items, so you get a bunch of weapons on your hand, you know? Spider again. Sure, why not? Let's fight the fucking spider again. Using up all my like stuff though. Sucks. I'm not using up my items. What is this based off of? Strength, huh? Didn't do much then. Yes. Get poisoned, man. I'm gonna use up all my items. I cannot seize weapons. That kind of sucks. I want to save so that I can get another weapon. Because I'm not gonna get another weapon at this point, you know? I want to break them first, so then I can use an item that allows me to steal a weapon. Or I can use this, but this is like... it's like high risk. Because it's hard to like do that. This one's slower, so... Oh, but I still missed! Oh my god, and I lose the sword anyway. That sucks. In which case, if I want another weapon, I'm gonna have to use the kick card. Ooh, I think I got it. Okay. Oh, we're doing a poison build, I guess. Again, the kick is actually, I guess, is not meant... I thought in the tutorial, I thought it was like a standard thing. I thought it's like, oh, you're supposed to use it, but actually, it's actually not supposed to be something you use all the time, really. It's like a high-risk kind of card, because the cursor goes so fast. Normal iron sword on ice rod. Apply 3 stacks of freeze to enemy. Enemies grants accuracy. Or a shield. Give a shield. That could be useful if I use her to give myself a shield, I guess. Or should I give this instead? Shield. That'd be a bad idea, but whatever. Anyway, here's the boss. You know, well, I don't know. Is it the thief, I wonder? But he doesn't look like a thief, though. He has a giant sword. You know, you think a thief would have, like, daggers or something. It's a harsh labyrinth that seems to go on forever. But still, with sheer determination, I grip my sword and continue to move forward with my feet. Just having someone to protect nearby made them seem surprisingly cautious, even desperate. Make them? Make me, I guess? Strange. I've only known the wizard for a short time. I'm sure we're not friends, certainly not more than that. But I, lower capital I, still have another life in addition to my own. That alone is not enough to face your fears. Maybe this is what it's like to keep an animal as a pet. You want to use a pet? Such an inappropriate thought occurred to me. Somehow it all works out. I've got a mage watching my back, that's why. I didn't do much. Just gave a bit of advice about the labyrinth, that's all. Their apologetic smirk has become quite familiar to me by now. That's not true, but even if I tell them, they probably won't accept it. If you hadn't been stuck with a bird like me, you'd got through the labyrinth way easier. You're really something else, that's for sure. I should probably deny it or even curse at her. Maybe we'll not like screenshot. I'm not gonna use a screenshot. I'm not sure I'm gonna use a screenshot, but I just want to point out, you know, like they were using the her pronouns before, and now she's switching to him again. It's like, I don't know, it's confusing. Just as I was thinking that, the massive murderous intent turned into a calming gale near my body. Get back. A high-pitched sound and a heavy impact. The sword in his hand was swung down. A tingling dull numbness tells me the weight of the blow. My hand is screaming. Useless. A liability. That's what you always said, mage. So it's you. The one kicked out of the hero's party, huh? Still getting all excited, I see. The cold voice came through my desperate back. Kicked out. The one who said they used to be in the party. I can't forgive the hero banishing me. I'll never forgive you either, mage. Picking locks, sensing danger. You just go zap with magic and fix everything like it's nothing. You know, I agree, actually. I hate mages. Mages can just go like, woo, I use magic, whoop, and, you know. They just essentially just cheat at life. Freaking Harry Potter. These are so outdated. It's magic. Don't you think it should be possible to do anything? Such a stupid reason. There's no way I'm letting people lose their jobs. You know, the mage is stealing my jobs. I feel like I'm floating, my body is suspended in midair. I realized and rolled to slow down my momentum, then a Dark Souls dodge roll. The taste of dirt and then seeping from my battered body the taste of blood. What power? Mage that... The question slipped out right after the words left my mouth. Was he the one the mage talked about? The one who wiped out the hero's party? Oh yeah, he used to be a thief in that party. You know what? He's a thief with a freaking like two-handed sword. We didn't need him anymore, so we had him leave. He holds his sword like a beast and looks towards the bloodshot eyes. Even though it is humanoid, its eyes exude an indescribable madness. Oh yes, you banished me and I became an outcast. I will never forgive you. I'll show them. The hero's party. I'll use this power, this very power against them. Hatred and curses. A long-winded complaint. Memories break my heart. All I can think of the memories of the past. Look at the hero reject me. They didn't even think about it. They dread the dangerous and then the sword clang in the vein. Memories of back then. My vision was so cloudy. My vision of flingers. Even if they about these things at length, they turn their eyes and sword towards me. I feel like that's supposed to be funny and like do like a whole evil monologue. And we just kind of like skip over it. The clanging sound echoed needlessly in the empty labyrinth. Ah! Roaring, they're desperately trying to hold back the sword that was being swung wildly. Yeah, as we reuse the CG, by the way. You know, the budget is very low at this point, so we have to reuse the CG. But that doesn't last long. Some away by the sheer force of the blow, I was sent flying. It doesn't look like we'll be able to talk our way out of this. Those clouded eyes probably won't take in a single word. A person who's lost everything in despair is no different from an animal. I'll make them admit it. I'll make them admit it right here and now. Right now, I'm the strongest swordsman in the world. Narr. Narr. A chill filled the air. The sound of their footsteps left a lasting impression. Making the way of their massive weapon immaterial, they took a stance as if flying. And we're probably gonna lose, because we're not ready for this. What is this? Their grand strength 1, and also they have 99 stacks of dodge. That's annoying. Hopefully poison will still get through. They dodged the attack. We got poison though, hee hee. And then we might as well, I guess, even though it does like 0 damage. Because it still got poison, hee hee. Get poison. I take 6 damage. You know, it's so little. 30. Great. You know, I guess I'll just stack more poison. Okay, and then shield. Soldier. A mighty swing. There's no avoiding it. The question that must be decided is who will receive that powerful blow. The main character. It's me, the main character. I won't let you. Rising the blockade, gazing up and staring down, this is stubbornness my will. I will never let the mage on my back be harmed. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! What the hell are you doing protecting that useless piece of trash? It won't move. And besides, the mage is not useless. Not Muda. You're an idiot. A good thing I have a shield, you know? I just block it? I'm just hiding and trembling, huh? The arrogant mage sure is humble all of a sudden. How's that, mage? Feeling useless now? Better taste of how I feel? Yeah, I see now that I have no idea. If I get banished for this, I'll just think it's only natural. That's just the kind of person I am, after all. Damn you. You're the second most hated person in the party. When I took your powers, you just left them there, but that's not the case now. Die and return to your underground prison, mage. Okay. This is a great block. Oh yeah? Well, guess what? I'm going to poison you again. More poison. And then, more poison. I don't know if I was gonna do much at this point, but 13 damage. Lol. That becomes 2 times. I want to save it for when I can break them, though. You know, when I can break them. Showtime! Owie. 3 damage. Alright. Well, I guess I'll just do more poison. I'm running out of weapons though. Yeah, it takes too many hits. Major staff. Whoop. Break. Get broken, fool. Okay, hopefully I can get this. Oh, damn it. I want that weapon. I want to steal that weapon. I can't steal it though. Man, I want that though. I want it so bad. I want it so bad, man. Ah, damn it! I hate it. He's gonna just die of poison anyway. But like, I just want to see what happens, you know? What happens when you try to steal his sword? Like, something cool happen? It's like, oh no, my sword, you know? Oh, did I get it? I got it! The magic sword of destruction! It was 30 damage, that's all. Nothing special. I guess you don't have strength for it, you know? It's like harder to use, but otherwise, it's just, it does 30 damage, that's all. Not that special. I beat the shit out of you, and I took your sword, stupid. The first formidable enemy of the adventure. The sword I shun, the sword I snatch, now silently sticks into the ground. That figure simply collapsed weakly, staring up at the sky. I took a deep breath and exhaled to calm my heavy breathing. I wiped away the blood and mud, and won. With that realization, I was able to sheathe my sword. Damn. Now that I got this power, the mage didn't even have any magic power, even still I still can't win? And that's alright. Even if a useless burden goes on a desperate rampage, in the end, it's just like this. The mage who had looked down coldly the entire time spoke with calmness like flowing water. But I know, not all of these words are for the outcasts. Those words pierce me like a curse, and the expression underneath the hat is distorted with regret. Even if all this may just be an imagination of an ordinary person. Excuse me, mage. What's up? Did you tell the story you told me to the outcasts? You shouldn't just use filler words like or well so carelessly. I don't really get it. Well, okay, so well. There's no need to risk your life on a dangerous adventure. It's because I'm worried about you. That's what I'm saying. I think you understand without me having to tell you. Just being told the facts is enough. And if you think rationally, you should be able to figure out the reason, right? You're no longer needed and no longer useful, so please leave the party and tell me. I sigh in amazement. Okay, so again, the translation is weird, but like, I guess that's what she said to the outcasts when they left. That's right. If they really did banish me for such a ridiculous reason, if they'd taken a bit more time to talk things through, because it's supposed to be like a quote, I guess. Now, I can't say for sure what the other party members are thinking, though. At least only this mage simply saw just no need to waste her life. Outcasts, just for a moment, can you please listen to me for a moment? They don't have the strength to go on a rampage, it's just lying on the ground. So now maybe I can finally talk to the outcasts. Right now I have the time to break down the mage's true feelings and convey them fully. What's with that condescending attitude? Are you already triumphant because you won? Mage didn't banish you because you were useless and unwanted. No, that's true, they're practically useless. They're also mentally weak. They're short-sighted, thoughtless, and a complete idiot who acts out of curiosity. Mage, shut the fuck up. No, they look away from the sidelines. While talking about it would just make things complicated, so I'll ask them to be quiet for a bit. I walk over to the prone outcast and sat down next to him so that we were at the same height. The mage was just worried about how dangerous the journey might be. That's why I didn't like the idea of you tagging along, since you weren't exactly essential to the journey. You were a little too ordinary compared to the other members of the heroes party, because they knew that every night you were plagued by nightmares about your horrific adventure. They thought there's no need for you to waste your heart and life. That's why they kicked you out. That's really ridiculous. You just assume the other person understands that and you kick them out. And that's why the outcast was hurt, misunderstood, and committed this heinous act. Fortunately, Fortunately, the heroes party all had the blessing of immortality. Right now, it's still just a bit of a messed up argument. We can still make things right. Huh? What? Don't give me that. Say that now. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? I'm already a demon cast. No, he has like demon horns. I don't know. Messed up. I took action. No, from the very beginning. That didn't change the fact you kicked me out and I was banished by you guys as useless. Mage, that's how it is, right? If you follow me in that state, you'll just end up feeling miserable. You're a burden to the party, a useless person. I don't want you to continue accompanying me on this life-risking journey with that gloomy feeling. I wouldn't want to. Even now, I'm reluctantly coming along. I told them I'd leave it to them, and they said they'd go with me. Sure, that's the kind of guy you were. That's the kind of maid you were. I don't know. Again, the pronouns are all mixed up. The outcast stared at the ground in his own shadow for a while, deep in thought. But then, will that satisfy you? No way. No matter how much you mock me, I wanted to continue my journey with you. Not like you. I didn't mind being a porter or anything else. Porter? What does that mean? I don't know. If there's nothing I can do, I'll just find something I can do. I don't particularly care about losing my life. Compared to you great guys, I was a miserable man. But even so, I wanted to be with you guys. Many hateful things were said to me, and many sad things happened. But I still couldn't forget the happy times we had together, the trips we took together. I want to be with you because we can do something. I want to be with you because there is something beneficial for us. Again, weird translation. There aren't just as many cold reasons why we should be together. Or there aren't just so many cold reasons why we should be together? I don't know. Just want to be someone. So isn't that the reason enough to say? Again, weird. All of that was weird. I don't think it was translated that correctly, you know? It's more so like, I wanted to be with you guys because we're friends, you know? I wanted to be with you guys because we had good times together, you know? That's what it's supposed to be. And it's like, isn't that enough? Or whatever? I don't know. Sorry. That was the Mage's only reply to that long message. Even so, I'm sure the words will continue on. I'll think about it a bit more. Every word you speak, every word a mage says, the regrets I've accumulated are not so small that can be easily bent. Again, such a weird translation. More and more I do feel like it's machine translation. Machine translation or like AI translation, I don't know, but like it's just like weird. You know, it's like it's slightly off. Leaving the outcast behind, I slowly made my way through the dark labyrinth. After hearing those words, the wizard seemed to be in silence for a while, deep in thought. In the darkness descending from the ceiling, the only sound was the sound of footsteps plodding along. Suddenly a voice behind me made my steps falter. But my cane presses against my back, telling me not to stop. Or the cane? Not my cane, the cane. I guess it also telling me not to look back. I thought about it, but I couldn't figure it out. If I were kicked out of the party right now, I'd probably just think I'm useless after all. I don't think myself as a nice person either. I didn't have many friends even back home, and to begin with, most elves who go out into the world are just outcasts. I'm not the kind of person everyone likes. That's true. I think everyone in the hero's party had a bit of that in them too. But we were still accepted, surely because we have the strength to do so. Putting aside our personalities, we have the power to be of use to others. That's the reason for our existence, and the value of our existence. You don't have to be so well behaved. Whether it's rummaging through someone's house, opening a treasure chest that doesn't necessarily belong to anyone, or beating someone up. If we were strong enough and willing to risk our lives to defeat the Demon Lord, it wouldn't have mattered to the people around us. I don't have that worth right now. It was only natural that they might think they don't want to travel with me. That's what I think, and I thought other people would think the same. I don't want to live my life being pitied and ridiculed by those around me. I wonder what kind of expression the mage is wearing while saying all this, although it feels like I'm not allowed to look and find out. For me, this is a completely pointless story, talking without a punchline or conclusion. I wonder if I've lost my rationality along with my magical powers. Hey, do you understand why you chose me, a useless person, to join you on this adventure, even though it was irrational? Even they're useless, and even they bring no benefit to me. The kind of feeling it takes to bring someone like that along as your buddy on the journey. There's no need for a reason. I don't think there's any reason. Mages always saying they're useless so that they don't have any powers. They say things like that all the time, and that's probably just how they live their lives up until now. It's because she had power, and because it was constantly in demand, that the mage never changed her mind. Is that so? It's a short pause as if she's thinking. In the end, no reply follows. Surely there must be some significance in just being able to get a mage who's always so negative to take the time to think. I don't know, that's also weird translation. I don't know, there's too many to point out, but like, basically it's just a little bit, I don't know. It's all translated without context, so like, it doesn't make sense. I kind of understand what it means, like, surely surely there's some significance in just being able to have a mage who's you know, who's always so pessimistic, and they take the time to think. I don't know. I'm not sure. That still doesn't make sense, but anyway, I understand the feeling though. I can't translate myself, but I probably, if I had to guess, in the original Japanese meaning, this is supposed to be like a punchline. It's supposed to be like, oh, you know, this mage is always so negative all the time. That's funny, you know. The point is that we have this mage, I guess, you know, or something. It's just to have her. She's just funny, you know. She's a funny mage who's tsundere, essentially. That's the reason, you know. Anyway, somewhere in the labyrinth, a voice echoes in the darkness. Outcast, even though you spoke so badly of the hero's party, you were the first to go when you heard that someone was causing trouble deep in the labyrinth. And they say the hero's party hasn't given up and still aiming for the surface. You keep saying you hate them, but you believe in the hero's party recovery more than anyone else here. You're really quite strange. It's precisely because you care about the hero's party that you show such obsession. You've been treated badly and have been banished, muttered, but you continue to follow the exploits of the hero's party. Keep watching someone you dislike act like that forever. It's beyond the pale of sanity, isn't it? Are you an idiot? You're the one saying that? We're all a little crazy, aren't we? It's precisely because you have such a heart that the evil god took notice. That's why we were saved. I don't want to be lumped in with someone who keeps chasing after people they dislike. But also, thanks to them, that they are able to turn this labyrinth into a place of revenge. Information gathering and investigation skills are what you expect from a former thief. And yet, just because you got that ridiculous oversized sword, you lost. Truly, it's utterly ridiculous. Literally. I guess that's also his admiration for the hero. For them, that very image of wielding a sword was the embodiment of a hero. I can't say I don't understand that feeling of becoming obsessed with it. The prey you hunt, the power you wield, it can still become a symbol for the aspirations. I don't understand at all. Of all people, a hero? There are far more wonderful people out there. But if the outcast has been defeated, or if the outcast has been defeated, there's not merely a survival and exploration party that happened to overflow. Yeah, overflow, by the way. I feel like that's also a thing, you know, like the idea of a hero party needing to be like 4 people. I feel that's a common trope too, right? Like you have to put other party members, you know, in the back. You can't use them or whatever. Anyway, I thought that, you know, obviously this person I think is different from the outcast though. So they're talking to the outcast as if, you know, they're talking about the outcast. No, it's confusing. They keep mixing up the first person, you know, and third person pronouns. Anyway. Yeah, but I had some thoughts about it. At least we're borrowing the power of the heroes or someone like that. A shadow leaps down and starts talking. Where are you going? We need to confirm the face of the one causing trouble. I went to all that trouble to turn you into a helpless, adorable doll, so I can't very well have you skipping merrily off outside like that. Outside in the bright sunshine doesn't suit them. They'll live here forever, and that is my love. Like a spider's love. Creepy, isn't it? If it's someone unrelated, I'll take care of it and come back. Footsteps receded, and after the figure vanished, the shadow addressed another shadow. Well then, newbie, I wonder what the evil god has told you. Oh, is this the main? Alright. This is freaking, this is Genshin Impact. You know, it's literally the other character, right? You know, the boy or girl choice? I guess the other character is the newbie, because they joined this villain party, I guess. Come on. Just destroy the world. It also seems that their goals are a little different from ours. I wonder what our evil god is thinking. A shadow lurking in the darkness speaks of its grudge. For some reason, the shadow smiles faintly as it listens. So yeah, the other character becomes the evil character, right? It's literally Genshin Impact. Because that's how it works in Genshin Impact. When you pick the boy or the girl, and then the other character becomes the evil guy. You know, evil bad guy. Anyway, I guess that's the demo. You know, perfect length because it's basically about 4 hours. Anyway, save progress. Yada yada yada. Survey, I guess. Yeah, scan a QR code though. I don't want to scan a QR code. There and yeah, and go back to the title. There you go. I don't know how I feel about it, because in the beginning, you know, it seemed okay, but the translation just kept getting worse and worse as I played, to be honest. Like, it felt clearly like the tone, you know, just didn't match the actual dialogue, and so it felt like again, like it's like overly translated, if that makes sense. Like, again, a machine, basically a robot translated, not a person. That's the issue. Because when you have I complain about this every single time, and you know, but just to shorten it, basically, you basically need a human translator. You need someone who not only translates the words, but it's also basically like a pseudo like writer. You know, they essentially need to rewrite the game in their native language, which is English. So that's why you need like a real human translator. You can't just have an AI do it. Or a machine. I mean, especially machine translations are bad because, again, it loses a lot of context, and so each line is translated without that context. So that's why you get like pronouns incorrect. Because in Japanese, there's not really a specific like he or his kind of pronoun, so like just defaults to like he and him, even though sometimes the characters are like it's meant to be like a woman, you know, for example. And not only that, again, look at with an AI translation though. Like the tone, you know, is not consistent either, right? That's the biggest thing. Just of anything, not even just translations, but AI just in general. At least in its current form, anyway. Consistency is the biggest problem with AI when you use it. You know, like it's just not consistent, and that's an issue, right? Because to be a writer, you know, when you write something, you have to be consistent. When a character speaks a certain way, they have to speak that certain way with the entire script. They can't just like suddenly change it to this thing where they use like a bunch of big words suddenly, you know? Like it makes no sense, right? Again, you need someone who can translate that and localize that into English. And I don't know. I feel like, again, a lot of, especially like maybe Japanese indie games, you know, they kind of rely on like a machine translation. And they publish it on Steam. They don't realize that it's kind of a bad translation because they don't speak English, you know? So I don't know. It's too bad. Not much you can do. It's like there's not much you can do about it though, right? It's like, I don't know. It's like, if they don't have the budget to really like actually hire somebody, or maybe they do, but they don't want to, you know? It's like, I don't know. It's like, there's nothing you can do about that. I just wish you had a better translation. The gameplay itself, though, was kind of interesting. I was expecting more of like a roguelike deck builder, I guess. It's less of a deck builder, it's more so like a small mechanic, I guess, that doesn't really, I don't know, doesn't feel that significant, though, at the end of the day. You just get like different weapons, I guess, and you gotta make sure when you break the weapon, you know, you steal the weapon, so you gotta make sure you steal the weapons correctly, because if you don't, you run out of weapons. But overall, it doesn't seem that hard, though, because, if you lose, you just kind of like restart the checkpoint, you know, you don't start from the very beginning. At least in the demo. I don't know if they change it in the full game or like there's like a thing, I'm not sure, but like a difficulty selection. But I think what they're trying to do is like it's got some visual novel, like more narrative based than it is like a roguelike. Which is interesting, I like the idea. By the way, it says like roguelike deck builder. You know, it doesn't feel like a deck builder. You don't build a deck really. You just have a hand of cards and that's it, you know. I don't know. But, what was I gonna say? Like, yeah, I like the idea of like a story-based, kind of like a roguelike game. There is a game like that. What was it called? I forget what it's called, actually. Poppy Playtime. What's it called? I have to find it. I think it's like anime... deck... roguelike deck builder. Then it's Chrono Arc, right? I know about this game, and essentially, yeah, this will be what it would be like if you have more of a like actual deck builder in like an anime style with a narrative and everything. This will be it. But in this game though, I'm pretty sure that you do multiple rounds though. You do multiple runs. In fact, that's kind of part of the plot actually. There's like a weird time loop thing, and spoilers, but anyway. But yeah, that's what's different though. This one you don't really reset. You can keep going. So like I felt like the game was more casual actually than it is like a typical roguelike. So I don't know. It feels weird. Not sure if I like it or not. I don't know. I was expecting to be like, you know, you do like a fresh run every time. But because of that, because of the idea that you don't really like reset the entire run though, it does feel limited though. It does feel like it feels more like a typical like linear RPG. Even though the mechanics are different, you really are just like, you're not really restarting fresh every time though. You know, you're just doing the same things over and over again and getting the same weapons at the end of the day. I mean, I guess there's this mechanic, I guess. You choose the doors, and sometimes you do a random event, you spin a wheel, I guess. Essentially, like rolling a dice. I guess there's that, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. The mechanics basically are not that... I mean, they're unique in a way, but like, not too mind-blowing, I guess, you know? Then again, I'm not the biggest like roguelike deck builder fan anyway, but I feel like for people who do like that kind of thing, it does feel like too simple, you know? It's not that complicated. Which, or not too, it doesn't have to be complicated, or it's not too complex, rather. It's not too deep. I feel like that is a potential downside, actually, if you're going to advertise it as a roguelike deck builder, you know? Not much strategy to it, you know? But yeah. I mean, other than that, it's a little too wordy in the beginning, I guess. You know, there's this whole thing, by the way, the priest. The priest was kind of weird. Oh yeah, I wonder what happened if he did take her hand. Or his hand? I don't know. Maybe you just unlock the priest route and that's it. Maybe that's all that does. But, what else? I mean, again, a little too wordy in the beginning, but whatever. I like the idea. I like the setting, though. I like the idea of, like, it's a hero's party, and there's this whole, like, background, like, backstory of them, you know, trying to save the world, but then there's a bunch of people that betray them, I guess, and everything. I like the idea. I like the concept. I like the art. But, I don't know. There's many things holding it back. I mean, especially the translation. A game could be, like, the best game ever, but the translation is rough, like, I'm not gonna enjoy it, you know, especially in the story-heavy game. That's the biggest main issue, and I don't know if they'll fix that. Especially if they're gonna release it. It says here, like, Q2, you know, 2026? Quarter 2? I don't know if they're gonna fix that by that time. I don't know. Especially if the game's gonna be a lot longer. You saw, you know, in the demo? I imagine demo is, like, only, like, chapter 1 or something, you know? I don't know. I'm just jealous of, like, people who can speak Japanese, you know, because probably if you just simply play the game in its native language, it will probably be way more enjoyable if you actually understand Japanese, though. Oh well. Anyway, I guess that's it for this. It was interesting, in some ways. But probably will not return to it, unfortunately, unless the translation gets better. I don't know, miraculously. I don't imagine it will, but like, yeah, bit of a shame, but, I don't know. Again, the game's not bad, it's just, it is, again, it's mostly the translation that, like, if the translation was better, then maybe I would enjoy it, despite the fact that the gameplay is not that complex. Because, I would enjoy it as, like, kind of like a linear story, you know? I also like, oh yeah, I also do like the idea of, like, how the game is kind of edgy, you know, a little bit edgy where, like, people fucking die, like, in the beginning, obviously, where everyone fucking dies, and there's like a bad ending, you know, of the priests where they like you get stabbed. That was kind of cool. I like that, you know. Anyway, play some music. There you go. But I think that'll be it for today. It's been about like yeah, more than 4 hours. Again, freaking forgot to like make the stream public at the very beginning, but oh well, that's fine. But try out this demo of the game. It's supposed to be Yusha Pati. What is it? Yusha Pati wa Zenmetsu Shimashita. Right? I think that's how you say that. I can only really read the hiragana. I only know this says Yusha because of the freaking Google Translate. I wonder if there's like a thing, like feedback and stuff. Looks interesting, says one guy. It's so cool. Bit of translation inconsistency. Yeah. I don't know. Some people can like get over that, but I can't. I'm being honest, I cannot. I just simply cannot enjoy a story when the translation is too rough. Because then the meaning's all weird, right? Like you misunderstand, like there's supposed to be like, you know, there's supposed to be like an important emotional moment, but then the character says something that doesn't really fit, and like it just takes me out of it, you know? Like, I cannot forgive a game if it has a bad translation, you know? I just can't. Again, unfortunate because everything else seems good. Like the UI seems fine. I don't know, everything else works. It's just the translation. Translation and of course the gameplay, I guess. Which, again, not really. I don't know. It's not really a criticism. Again, it's for people who enjoy roguelike deck builders. I imagine it's not enough, you know. But who knows? Maybe it gets more complicated later on. Maybe it's like a game where like it builds up, you know, in complexity later on. I'm not sure. But from what I've seen in the demo anyway, again, this seems too easy, and that's the thing. Well, despite the fact that I messed up the whole time. Like every time I try to steal the weapon, I choose the card that kicks, you know, and I keep missing it. But oh well, anyway. All right. Anyway, I don't know how to end, so I'm just gonna end. Press the button. Boop. There you go. So, that'll be it for today. Let me just say, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday on the weekends, and tomorrow, hopefully, I will remember to make the stream public in the beginning, and I'll play something else, I guess. Not sure. I mean, again, there's that game I mentioned last week. I guess we'll see. Unless there's something else that comes up that looks interesting. I'll probably play the game that I mentioned last time, which was like that weird, like, creepypasta Sonic.exe game. Not literally Sonic, but, you know, in that same genre anyway. It looks interesting. And I think, well, it's a demo, again. I just play demos all day, by the way. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's also like a Steam Next Fest, but that's like, well, technically it's on the Monday, which is when I have to work, so really have to wait until next week, really, to see if there's anything interesting for that Steam Next Fest thing, but, oh well, I guess we'll see. Anyway, but yeah, that'll be it for me. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.